Chapter 1426. Everyone was paying attention to the process of Lin Feng, refining the spiritual sea, and the recovery speed of the Haotian mirror. On the primeval golden lamp, Lin Feng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were flashing with infinite brilliance. Looking into Lin Feng's eyes, it was as if they could see the infinite creation world going from creation to destruction, and then the creation of another world. The brilliance of the great path in the spiritual sea scattered down and fell on Lin Feng's body, making him seem to be shrouded in light, but his whole body was clear. His body seemed to have disappeared, and he himself was like the gathering of thousands of brilliance of the great path in the spiritual sea. This state made him seem to have no secrets, but it was completely unpredictable, difficult to guess, and difficult to describe. No one knew that at this moment, in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, a huge Tai Chi diagram was constantly rotating. On the Tai Chi diagram, there was another true spirit pattern corresponding to it. That true spirit formation pattern, at this time, shockingly split into two, and was even dyed with a black and white radiance, one black and one white, illuminating the space within Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, contrasting with the Tai Chi diagram below. Countless great path mysteries manifested into layers of illusory light shadows, constantly fluctuating in the void. As they intertwined with each other, they began to break the chaos of heaven and earth, showing the state of flowing earth, water, fire, and wind. The earth, water, fire, and wind were reestablished, and the clear and turbid chi separated, rising and sinking. Then, between heaven and earth, they evolved into a world of their own. One world after another appeared, and then passed through the vicissitudes of time, gradually declining and finally going to destruction, everything returning to peace. In the destruction of the void, a new world of creation was born. The cycle repeated, as if it was revealing the true meaning and mystery of eternity, and the light shadows manifested by the great path became more and more complete. Later, in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, there seemed to be the brilliance of the great path, condensing as if it were real, as if another world of the spiritual sea was manifested. In this world, there was a huge Tai Chi diagram, which was rotating slowly. Slowly, the rotation became slower and slower, gradually showing signs of stagnation. At some point in time, the image of a large bell suddenly appeared on the Tai Chi diagram. Amidst the melodious and mighty bell chimes, the bell gradually changed shape, turning into a huge pitch-black stone door. Its surface was covered with thousands of relief carvings of scenes. Amidst the ancient desolation, it exuded a strong aura of life. A muffled sound rang out from the gate, and it slowly opened. A formless river flowed out from within. The river flowed without stopping, neither fast nor slow, but it seemed to contain a power that would never stop. It was the river of time. An old man sat upright on the surface of the river of time. He had a thin appearance, and his entire body seemed extremely old. He seemed to be on the verge of death, and he seemed as if he would arrive at the end of his life and leave this world at any moment. Only that pair of eyes revealed a completely different scene. In that pair of eyes, one could see the innocence and liveliness of a baby, the brightness and sharpness of a youth, and at the same time, the vicissitudes of a middle-aged man and a trace of tiredness, but also like an old man, calm and serene. Moreover, there was a faint deathly stillness within it, without the slightest hint of life. All of this appeared at the same time in the eyes of the old man. They blended together, clear and distinct, but also merged into one, difficult to separate. Time quietly passed. Within Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, it was as if an unknown change was currently occurring. On the surface, the current Lin Feng, who was enveloped by the light, seemed to be more mysterious and difficult to fathom, but compared to before, there didn't seem to be much difference. Lin Feng's eyes were as calm as still water. He seemed to have sensed something and looked into the distance. The bright mirror light under the lake became more and more dazzling. As the mirror light changed, the great Tao of heaven and earth in the spiritual sea seemed to tremble at the same time. Suddenly, the ribbons of light that connected the edge of the Haotian mirror suddenly broke apart. The dazzling mirror light disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had suddenly been extinguished. Seeing this, Lord Tai, Shoichi Dashin, Lord Xian Yi, Lin Daohan, and the other cultivators of the Taishu temple became spirited. In the next instant, the entire world of the spiritual sea began to shake violently. Following that, the entire colossal world outside the spiritual sea began to shake. Everyone in the divine land and the vast infinite land could clearly feel it. The great sage and Zhu Yan great sage, who had finally escaped back to the divine Abyss mountain range, did not even have time to calm down before their expressions changed slightly. In the Wudong forest, the Phoenix Great Sage stood on a giant divine Wudong tree with a calm expression. She had transformed into her human form, and the Wutong Tree Emperor, who looked like an old man, stood beside her. It was hard to tell whether she was happy or worried. Shenlong King, who had returned to the mysterious sea, wore an extremely solemn expression and did not speak for a long time. In the Blackboard realm, Green Peak Yuru looked into the void with a similarly solemn expression. He stood still on the spot, like a statue. On the White Cloud Mountain in the Divine Land, Kuang Heng and the other cultivators of the Taishu Temple, who were guarding the place, were also greatly shocked. After defeating the 3 doomsday great demons, Gu Jun soared Lord Tiangang, Xian Longsheng, and Shi Xingyan stood on the vast infinite land and looked into the void in the distance without any focus. Their hearts were filled with complex emotions. They looked at each other, but didn't say anything. The heaven-opening sword in Xian Longsheng's hand and the longevity lotus in Gu Jun's hand were also shaking at this moment. Meanwhile, on the coast of the East Sea in the Divine Land, a cold woman sat cross-legged in the void. She raised her head and looked into the sky. Her gaze was more accurate than anyone else's. The void in that direction seemed to be gradually lighting up, and a mirror-like light was faintly discernible. Xian Li looked in that direction with a cold gaze that was full of hostility. Slowly, the corners of her lips curled up on her usually cold and expressionless face, revealing an extremely faint smile. However, the smile looked extremely cold, similar to the outside world. In the spiritual sea, whether it was Lin Feng's imperial palace in the Yin and Yang life and death formation, Zhu Yi's golden Permitha bridge, or the king of the underworld's book of life and death, all of them were reacting and trembling at this moment. Even the future star-glazed Buddha master's head was faintly showing a huge pagoda that was trembling nonstop. Sun Mirage, Yudu, the Yuanlong king, and the enchantress looked normal, but everyone's gaze was clearly extremely complicated, and countless thoughts were flashing through their minds. The monkey, who had always been lawless, had a slightly solemn expression on his face. He put his hands behind his back and blinked his eyes. His gaze was serious and solemn, but it was also eager to try and was extremely restless. Under the heaven-shrouding umbrella, Lin Feng and his disciples' expressions also became serious. There was naturally only one reason for such a commotion: the Haotian mirror, the creation treasure that was born in the boundless world, the #1 treasure in the history of the great heaven primordial world before the heaven-punishing sword appeared for the second time. At this moment, it had finally recovered to its perfect state and returned to its peak. The sun of the great Kiliacosm had reappeared in front of the world, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, The Haotian mirror seemed to have disappeared without a trace. However, everyone could feel that there seemed to be an invisible existence above the heads of the people in the Taishu temple. Although there was no light and no energy waves coming from it, that invisible existence was something that everyone couldn't ignore. What was even more bizarre was that although everyone could feel that invisible existence, they had another feeling in their hearts, as if the treasure wasn't there at all. It wasn't above the heads of the people in the Taishu temple, but it wasn't in any other part of the world either. It was hard to describe its existence and determine its location, but it seemed to be everywhere. It was truly everywhere, encompassing everything, every point of space-time, every line, every surface, every domain. It was there. Although its existence was difficult to understand, everyone knew that it was the Haotian mirror. At its peak, the Haotian mirror's true form, Lord Tai sat in the 9 heavens of the Taishu temple. Without any nonsense, he formed a spell with both hands. Behind him, Lin Daohan did the same. In the world of the spirit sea, the light of the great path became brighter. Then, space-time suddenly exploded with an indescribable and mysterious light. This light filled all directions, covering the entire world, and then concentrated on one point, falling straight onto Lin Feng's bulwark umbrella. It was a contradictory feeling, but at this moment, it perfectly appeared on the Haotian mirror. The seemingly calm mirror light fell on the surface of the bulwark umbrella, and the chaotic air currents on the surface of the umbrella suddenly became sluggish. The surging sea of chaos seemed to be frozen in place at this moment. The chaotic air was like a solid object, losing its vitality, power, and mysteries. Above the bulwark umbrella, the chaotic domain that covered the sky and space-time was no longer insurmountable. Instead, it was like ordinary fog, dust, or dirt. Under the umbrella, Zhu Yi Wang Lin and the others saw this scene and muttered to themselves, "So, this is the Haotian mirror." This was the Haotian mirror. Sun Mirage, Yudu, Yuan Dragon King, and the others all sighed softly, but their movements didn't slow down. The moment the Haotian mirror froze the bulwark umbrella, everyone present attacked together. This time, their attacks were like lightning that pierced through the clouds, passing through the chaotic domain formed by the bulwark umbrella. The chaotic air roiled, but after it dispersed, it couldn't gather again. It lost its ability to block everyone's attacks. Countless violent attacks attacked Lin Feng under the umbrella at the same time. The power was enough to destroy heaven and earth, and it was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. Zhu Yi Wang Lin and the others took deep breaths. Their faces were fearless, and they all stood up, ready to fight. They saw Lin Feng wave his hand at them. Lin Feng's true self, who had been sitting cross-legged all this time, suddenly stood up. The countless lights in his eyes suddenly disappeared. The Tai Chi diagram in his sea of consciousness completely stopped spinning, and the 2 true spirit god patterns fell into the black and white eyes of the Tai Chi diagram. Next, the Tai Chi diagram suddenly reversed. Chapter 1427. Under the illumination of the Haotian mirror, even the indestructible concept of the heaven-shrouding umbrella, the seemingly endless chaos, was frozen by the mirror light, losing its previous profoundness. Other than the people from Taishu Temple, the other strong practitioners all attacked Lin Feng and the others under the umbrella. The monkey's usual relaxed expression disappeared. Although he didn't show any fear, he became solemn, and hesitation appeared in his eyes. He didn't attack Lin Feng with the others. Instead, his gaze shifted between Lin Feng and the future star-glazed Buddha master. He seemed hesitant. It was because of the future star-glazed Buddha master that he couldn't find Golden Cicada. Although the future Buddha master hadn't shown his true strength, the monkey could feel how strong he was. However, This wasn't a reason for him to cower. Back then, Ji Huang Xinyuan had been stronger, and the monkey had still dared to rebel. However, if Lin Feng controlled the spirit sea, the situation in the heaven primordial world would change drastically. However, he didn't want to attack Lin Feng with the others. He had seen that the heaven-shrouding umbrella was unbreakable, so he was excited. Now that the heaven-shrouding umbrella was restrained by the Haotian mirror, the monkey wasn't willing to attack. But other than the monkey, the others didn't hold back. Yuan Dragon King was also proud and didn't like to work with others, but this opponent was too special. Thus, with a mighty dragon roar, Yuan Dragon King's huge body appeared from the golden dragon, might auspicious clouds. He aimed his head in the direction of Lin Feng and the primordial golden lamp. He opened his mouth, and a brilliant and vigorous golden light spewed towards Lin Feng. Mirage Sun Yuda did the same. The horn on his head flashed, and thousands of runes appeared. An even more terrifying black light broke through the void from the heart of his brows. It also pierced through the chaotic world that was fixed in place by the Haotian mirror's light and shot towards Lin Feng. Future star glazed Buddha master chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice, and then an enormous pagoda appeared above him. The pagoda was square in shape, and each side was 48,000 m wide and tall. It had a total of 7 levels, and there were 48,000 relics that illuminated the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the sky-piercing pagoda had shockingly attained creation, and it was no longer the embryonic form of the future Lord Buddha that had just been born. Instead, it was a true creation magic treasure, and it was a precious treasure of the grand Tao that could be compared to Mount Meru in the past. This was a ritual set up by the Buddha. After all the great opportunities had gathered, it would accompany the future Master Buddha to be born. Together, they would fight for a chance for the Buddhism in the Dharma-ending era to return to the righteous path. Future star-glazed Buddha Lord's 400,000 arms supported the towering pagoda together, and boundless light surged from it. Then, the sky-piercing pagoda pressed down on Lin Feng's head. The sky above Xianmen Tianzong, and the others instantly darkened. It wasn't just a simple change in light and darkness, but it was a feeling that their future and destiny were without light and light. It was so heavy that it was difficult to increase, and it was as if they were facing an endless tribulation, without the heaven shade umbrella to block them. Under the endless tribulation, everyone had a feeling that it was difficult to resist. Tribulation after tribulation descended, and it stripped away everyone's magic power and divine abilities, stripped away the tranquility in their hearts, and stripped away all sorts of miracles. It was as if life had lost its color. In the future, what awaited them was nothing but tribulation after tribulation, which was difficult to calculate like the number of stars in the sky. Among the various Buddhist techniques, the strongest battle divine abilities, no matter if it was the Vairocana palm or the Buddhist kingdom in the palm, were the ultimate techniques of the present Buddha, Gautama Buddha, the Eastern future Buddha, and the future star-glazed Buddha Lord were all proficient in these ultimate techniques. And this ultimate technique was a top-notch, great divine art of Buddhism that had only appeared in this world after the future Buddha Lord had been born, the future constellation's infinite calamity. When this technique was executed, under the support of the sky-piercing pagoda, it wasn't ferocious, but it was extremely majestic. It was a profound power that made one feel that it was hard to resist, and it made all the strong practitioners who were on the same side as the future Buddha Lord feel apprehensive. The future constellation, glazed Buddha Lord, however, had a calm expression. Ever since he had entered the spirit sea, he had not made a move, but this time he had used his full strength. He didn't seem to consider preserving his strength at all, and he didn't consider whether there would be a fight for the spirit sea after everyone defeated Lin Feng. It was as if he wanted to finish this battle in one fell swoop, and he only wanted to defeat Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong. He didn't want anything else. This scene was naturally something that the others were happy to see. But even so, when the future constellation, glazed Buddha, Lord, truly revealed his strength at this moment, it still made everyone's expression turn solemn. Even the sun, Mirage Yudu, frowned. The eyes of the enchantress and the king of the underworld flickered slightly, and they didn't attack together with the future constellation, glazed Buddha, Lord, the sun Mirage Yudu, and the Yuanlong king. However, their gazes were fixed on Lin Feng, who was facing this terrifying attack. Their demonic power and magic power fluctuated faintly, accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed at any moment. The terrifying attack that covered the sky and earth gave rise to waves of mournful cries of the great Tao in the spirit sea. It was sharp and mournful, and it was deafening. The rays of light that were condensed from the marvelous principles of the great Tao of heaven and earth shattered continuously at this moment. The spirit sea shook, and there was even a faint feeling of rejection. At this moment, Lin Feng's main body stood up from the primordial golden lamp, and he looked at the violent attack that covered the sky and earth in front of him. His face was like a calm lake, without any ripples. At this moment, the Taiji diagram in his consciousness went silent, and then it started to circulate again. However, this time it was reversing. As the Taiji diagram reversed, its center started to collapse, and it caused the entire Taiji diagram to shrink towards that point in the middle. It was as if yin and yang had returned to one. Affected by this, the other lights and shadows or bands of light that were condensed from the concepts in Lin Feng's consciousness were also swept towards that point, and all of them fell into that point. Everything was affected by this, and all things returned to one. In Lin Feng's consciousness, other than that point, there was nothing else. There was no time, no space, no yin and yang, no hot and cold, no fast and slow, no light and dark. There was no concept of space, and there was no way to differentiate up and down. There was no concept of time, and there was no way to differentiate the past and the future. Whether it was alive or not, they all disappeared at this moment. They no longer existed, and they wouldn't be born again. Everything returned to that point. It was as if it was the starting point of all things, the most primordial point. Starting from this point, everything else evolved. When everything returned to one, only this point remained. It was indescribable, and it was impossible to fathom. It was impossible to describe its size, its shape, and its position. It was impossible to guess what this point was made of. It was mysterious within mysteries, the beginning of chaos. This point was Lin Feng's Tao fruit. He had successfully taken the last step of merging with the void and condensing his own Tao fruit. At this moment, after Lin Feng took the last step, the world in front of him was no longer the same. When that point suddenly changed, chaos appeared, giving birth to thousands of great Taos. The primordial world opened, and all things were created. With a thought from Lin Feng, the world of creation and the primordial point became one. There was no distinction between front and back, past and future. Thousands of great Taos gathered at one point, and that point was the creation of the world. Lin Feng's clone holding the heaven-shrouding umbrella disintegrated into 3 rays of light, which turned back into the Brontosaurus clone, the 9-Chi clone, and the divine god of battle clone. The 9-Chi clones stood still, while the Brontosaurus clone and the divine god of battle clone ignored the doomsday that their opponent had created. Instead, they sat down with their legs crossed. The rays of light landed on the Brontosaurus clone and the divine god of battle clone, continuing the process of refining Lin Feng's spiritual ocean. The 9-Chi clones caught the heaven-shrouding umbrella, while Lin Feng's main body, left the primordial golden lamp and flew out from under the heaven-shrouding umbrella. He did not move, but an indescribable dot suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. That did not make any noise, nor did it emit any energy ripples. However, as soon as it appeared, everything around it began to collapse toward the dot. It was as if it was the beginning of everything, but also the end of everything. It existed regardless of distance or time. It could contain all tangible and intangible things. Even the seemingly endless spiritual chi in the spiritual sea was gathering towards this point at this moment. The light of the great path was like rivers flowing into the sea, flowing towards this point. The destructive golden light released by the primordial dragon king twisted slightly in front of the dot, as if it was resisting something. However, after a short pause, it merged into the dot and disappeared without a trace. No matter how much noise there was before, no matter how terrifying the might was, it was all calm at this moment. It disappeared without a trace. Not even the slightest ripple could be seen. The even more powerful, mysterious black light from the mirage sun of Yudu stopped in front of the dot and kept twisting, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to be destroyed. However, in the blink of an eye, the mysterious black light also melted into the dot. One could vaguely see that the terrifying black light was divided into thousands of strands, which continued to thin until it completely disappeared. The terrifying traces of the golden light and the mysterious black light still remained in the void. Time and space were annihilated. However, at this moment, everything had disappeared without a trace. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, the boundless calamity of the future constellation that the future star-glazed Buddha Master had executed, the endless calamity that severed the future, all poured into the dot. The endless calamity disappeared without a trace, and the time and space of the future returned to normal. Creation changed, and everything continued as usual. It was full of variables, unknowns, and infinite possibilities. When the future star-glazed Buddha Master saw this, his eyes lit up. It wasn't dazzling and dazzling. Instead, it revealed a sense of calmness and extinction. He suddenly stretched out his palm, and after the boundless calamity of the future constellation, he executed the great divine art of the kingdom of Buddha in the palm. This divine art wasn't used to attack Lin Feng, but to envelop the heavenly tower pagoda. If not for that, the heavenly tower pagoda would have been swallowed by Lin Feng's Tao fruit along with the boundless calamity of the future constellation. When they saw this, be it the mirage sun of Yudu, the primordial dragon king, the enchantress, the king of the underworld, or the people in the 9 heavens of Supreme, they were all shaken. Their gazes became unprecedentedly solemn. Chapter 1428. The future star-glazed Buddha Master had temporarily stabilized the sky-reaching pagoda. However, his figure was also fixed in the void. Because of that, the future star-glazed Buddha Master raised his eyes to look at Lin Feng, and there was light flashing in his eyes. Countless seemingly illusory, yet real rays of light interweaved within them, forming nodes that extended continuously. The lines were like an inescapable net, and the dots were like endless starlight. At that moment, everything seemed to be dissected clearly in his eyes. Sun Mirage, Yudu, and the others frowned, and their powers surged. In the eyes of the future star-glazed Buddha Master, it was as if they were covered in a layer of darkness. It was either light or heavy, thin or thick. However, other than the Haotian mirror that seemed to exist everywhere and yet be traceless, other existences would still have light shining through even if they were covered in the thickest layer of darkness. Only the future star-glazed Buddha Master's gaze was focused on Lin Feng, who was different from the rest. There was nothing covering his body, and there was no darkness covering him. He seemed to be normal. However, In the eyes of the future star-glazed Buddha master, it was as if Lin Feng didn't exist at all. There was only one spot in his line of sight, not to mention karma and fate. He couldn't even describe his position and image. Lin Feng raised his head to look at the future star-glazed Buddha master and smiled. He looked around, and his gaze swept past Yuan Dragon King, king of the underworld, and monkey. In the end, he looked back at the future Buddha master and said with a smile, "Thanks for the trouble, Dao friend. It's a pity I can't let you have it, so please wait patiently." After saying that, Lin Feng stopped looking at the future star-glazed Buddha master and turned to walk toward Yuan Dragon King. Yuan Dragon King's pupils contracted slightly, but he realized that he couldn't pinpoint Lin Feng's exact location. This feeling was rather familiar because there was a similar existence beside him. At that moment, Lin Feng was like a Haotian mirror. It was as if he resided in all space-time and was everywhere. He seemed to be taking a step forward, but he had already appeared in front of the Yuan Dragon King. He said indifferently, "I said that if you dare to take a step out of the mysterious sea, I will kill you. Could it be that you have become bolder because I don't have a sword in my hand?" As he said that, Lin Feng pointed his index and middle fingers at Yuan Dragon King like a sword. Inside his spiritual sea, he didn't activate the heaven-punishing sword aura. However, as he stabbed out with his finger, the tip of the sword seemed to pierce through something, causing the air to distort. There seemed to be something expanding from that point, and it continued to expand. Lin Feng himself was still hard to fathom, hard to speculate, but the point of his finger changed. That indescribable shape, that point whose position could not be defined, turned into layers of chaos. The chaos broke apart, the universe appeared, and time, space, distance, and proximity were re-established. The sword light was mysterious and unpredictable. It gathered thousands of light streams and stabbed toward Yuan Dragon King's forehead. It was as if the great Tao of his spirit sea had transformed into the sword in Lin Feng's hand. The sword light was mysterious and unpredictable. It gathered thousands of light streams and stabbed toward Yuan Dragon King's forehead. It looked as if the great Tao of his spirit sea had transformed into the sword in Lin Feng's hand at that moment. Lin Feng waved his hand casually and stabbed out with the sword. The entire spirit sea trembled. The vast and boundless spirit chi also attached to the surface of the light streams of the great Tao and turned into the tip of a sword that stabbed toward Yuan Dragon King. The Yuan Dragon King felt that he had no way to avoid this sword strike. Although the tangible sword light seemed to only be a point from Lin Feng's fingertip, at this moment, sword chi and sword intent were everywhere. They were everywhere, and there were no openings that could be missed. Yuan Dragon King let out a long roar. As the scales on his body opened and closed, a large amount of golden dragon might surged out. Golden light shone brightly. Many bright stars emerged from within and merged with the golden light. They turned into a golden river that twined around his body. Yuan Dragon King flew into the air. His huge body turned into a beam of golden light that traversed between heaven and earth. He didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he attacked Lin Feng in a straight line. There was sword chi in all directions. Lin Feng seemed to be everywhere. If he retreated now, he would be chased until he died. If he fought head-on, he would have a chance. At least, he wouldn't die a worthless death. Yuan Dragon King had been keeping a low profile all these years. But in reality, after the war between the two realms 4,000 years ago, he had always been regarded as the strongest among the demons living in the vast 1,000 domains. They were all in the Dharma-ending realm, whether it was the leader of the primordial demonic ape clan, the great sage of the Phoenix clan, the great sage of the Phoenix clan, the Kunlun Dragon King, the missing great sage of the Golden Cicada, or the rising star the Enchantress, none of them were a match for him. During that era, only a monkey whose whereabouts were unknown and rarely appeared was considered a match for him. After successfully going through the intermediate tribulation, he should have embarked on a brand new path. He should have seen a brand new situation and written a brand new chapter in the future. But to Yuan Dragon King, ever since he went through the intermediate tribulation, he had been depressed. Especially since the war between the two realms, he had been extremely vexed. The biggest reason for this was the person in front of him. Yuan Dragon King had to face this in today's battle. If he continued to endure, he would really have no way out. Amidst the deafening dragon roar, Yuan Dragon King turned into a beam of golden light and charged straight at Lin Feng. Wherever the golden light passed, even the void of the spiritual sea was shattered. Within the golden light, layers of light shadows could be vaguely seen. It was as if there was a world within the light shadows, a vast thousand domains that didn't split into the divine land and infinite wasteland. It portrayed the beginning of the creation of the vast thousand domains. In the primordial chaos, the light of the great Tao that resembled the spiritual sea flashed and interweaved. An unprecedentedly dense aura of life was born in this barren and primitive land. Time passed quickly. It was unknown how long it had been, but it didn't feel long at all. There was only a feeling that when the conditions were right, life flourished in that barren and primitive land. Some were strong, some were weak, some were born with the ability to summon wind and rain, and some were so fragile that their lives were fleeting. But from then on, this world was no longer the same. During this process, two extremely powerful forces were born. They were like two beams of golden light that continuously intertwined and spiraled in the world. Two heavenly dragons, the ancestors of the dragon race, Shi Long Xianshang and ancestral dragon Sangning. Yuan Dragon King pushed his power to the extreme. Without the support of the mysterious sea, and in the face of extreme danger, he even faintly exceeded his own limits. Lin Feng shook his head. In the end, it's not the true power of a vast thousand domains. He didn't stop moving. His sword slashed down, and endless sword energy and sword rays pierced through the world around King Yuan Dragon's body, riddling it with holes. When Lin Feng's own fingertips swept up the light of the great Tao in his spiritual sea and turned it into sword light, the world formed by the light and shadow was split apart along with everything within it. The golden river rolling around Yuan Dragon King's body was suddenly destroyed, and the terrifying sword light also landed on Yuan Dragon King's body. The golden light that protected Yuan Dragon King's body revealed all kinds of different concepts. They were extremely mysterious, and they all protected Yuan Dragon King's body. There was the powerful defense of the Black Dragon clan that could resist spells and refine armor. There was the vast and seemingly endless demonic power of the Yellow Dragon clan. There was the mysterious divine ability of the Green Jade Dragon clan that could break other people's magic power. There was the unimaginable ability of the White Jade Dragon clan that could change between real and illusory. There was also the power of the Illumination Dragon clan that could control the flow of time. Each of these concepts was mysterious and magical, but they merged together at the same time and were indistinguishable. However, in the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone happened. Lin Feng's sword fell, and in that sword light, there seemed to be endless mysteries of the great Tao as well. The unstoppable sharpness broke through the curse-refined armor. The same majestic power shook the treasure light protecting Yuan Dragon King's body. The concept of condensing and returning to one's true essence blocked the invasion of the Green Jade Dragon flames. Using the path of changing between real and illusory, it forcefully dragged Yuan Dragon King, who wasn't in this world, back into the real world. Time flowed, and in an instant, The mysterious transformation of eternity resolved the divine art of the Illumination Dragon clan that could control time. One sword could give birth to 1,000,000 skills, and one sword could break 1,000,000 skills. No matter how many great Daos you have, I'll break them one by one. Let's see how many tricks you have up your sleeves. Rip! There was a piercing sound in the void, and the golden dragon blood scattered in the void. It was gorgeous yet mournful, and it was accompanied by Yuan Dragon King's howls of pain. At this moment, a ray of black, profound light flashed past and attacked Lin Feng. It was the Yudu profound flower of Mirage son Yudu. Although strictly speaking, he didn't have a good relationship with the dragon race. At this moment, Mirage son Yudu still decisively made a move to help Yuan Dragon King. Lin Feng turned back to look at Mirage son Yudu and waved at him from afar. In the path of the black profound light, there seemed to be an invisible barrier. When the black Yudu profound flower collided with it, it was like waves crashing onto a reef. The seawater scattered in all directions, and when the waves receded, the reef was still standing. Looking at Lin Feng, even the enchantress and king of the underworld's expressions changed slightly. They took a deep breath and attacked together to help Yuan Dragon King. Even if they gave up on retreating now, where could they retreat to? With Xianmen Tianzong controlling the spirit sea, the situation in the boundless world was no longer the same as before. The enchantress's figure disappeared into the dark clouds below, and there were large amounts of light flashing in the dark clouds. The 12 resplendent pillars of light gradually changed and disappeared. In the end, only 4 pillars of light that gave off an even stronger feeling of power appeared. The figures of the 4 great demon races, Kuan Peng, Black Tortoise, Primordial Sky Dragon, and Heaven-Reaching Devil Ape, appeared in the pillars of light. The 12 sacred heavens, ingenious flower formation, transformed into the heaven-shaking earth, ingenious flower formation at this moment. With boundless power, under the control of the enchantress, it attacked Lin Feng. Before me, all is silent. The king of the underworld let out a low sigh, and 3 life and death netherworld Tao fruits flew out to be sacrificed in the netherworld sacrificial altar. They then transformed into a black screen of light to block Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng ignored this and looked at Yuan Dragon King with a relaxed expression. He suddenly smiled and said, "Oh, seems like I remembered wrongly. The warning I gave you back then was that as long as I'm in the boundless world, you're not allowed to take a step out of the mysterious sea. Oh, I'm in the spirit sea now, and not in the boundless world." Chapter 1429. Lin Feng's tone was casual, but it made the Yuan Dragon King feel suffocated. He felt his anger rising, and his whole body trembled. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's profound sword fell, breaking through the Yuan Dragon King's desperate technique and layers of protective restrictions, leaving a severe wound on his body. The enchantress activated the sky-shaking spectacular array, while the king of the underworld activated the black barrier. They pressed down on Lin Feng's sword light, preventing it from moving forward. However, Lin Feng's sword light contained many wondrous principles, which disintegrated the power of the sky-shaking spectacular array and the black barrier. The heaven and earth-shaking, wondrous Luo formation mobilized the Kuan Peng, the Black Tortoise, the Primordial Sky Dragon, and the sky-reaching Demon Ape, these 4 demon races with extremely powerful fleshly bodies, forming a majestic power that could crush the heavens, suppressing Lin Feng's sword light, and causing it to slow down. However, when Lin Feng slashed out with his sword, the sword light also seemed to become extremely heavy, as if the weight of the boundless universe was pressing down. That weight was almost impossible to measure with units, and it was difficult to compare it with specific things. It was as if the boundless universe was collapsing, and it was pouring down toward a certain point. Even the enchantress who activated the sky-shaking spectacular array, which had boundless mighty force supporting the heavens and suppressing the earth, felt like it couldn't bear the weight at this moment. It was clearly just an ethereal sword light, but at this moment, it was so condensed that it was unbearable. At the same time, the sword light and the black barrier activated by the king of the underworld clashed violently. The black barrier was extremely condensed, and it wanted to slow down the sword light's advance. Time and space seemed to be distorted at this moment. The attacks that came from other directions all landed on the barrier in front of the king of the underworld and were blocked by this black barrier. Lin Feng smiled leisurely. It's a little similar to my heaven-shielding umbrella, but following his chuckle, the silent black curtain of light suddenly burst into a clamor. The black screen of light condensed silently, and there was no shocking aura of magic power that emanated from it. Everything that came into contact with this screen of light would be assimilated. They would lose their vitality and motivation, and silently they would fall into an eternal slumber. This black barrier was like a door to the world of the dead. There was only deathly silence there. However, at this moment, noises came from the black barrier, instantly breaking the silence of this eternal slumber world. The clamor grew louder and louder. One could vaguely hear the whistling of the wind, the crackling of thunder, and the gurgling of water. There were also the voices of countless creatures. In the end, it was a boiling cauldron of voices. It was as if they had instantly arrived at the most flourishing human world. The emperor of the underworld also understood such a change, but this was not the change of the emperor of the underworld activating his magical ability, but the change of Lin Feng's sword light. Amidst the noise, the black barrier suddenly shattered, unable to stop. Lin Feng's sword light, the severely injured Yuan Dragon King, let out a long roar. Anger flashed in his eyes, but there was more helplessness. A strange door appeared above his head. The door opened, and starlight poured out. This was the gate of the Sea of Stars owned by the Dragon Clan. It had always been in the hands of the current leader of the Dragon Clan, the Yuan Dragon King. However, at this moment, faced with Lin Feng's fierce attack, the Yuan Dragon King didn't dare to be careless. He had no choice but to activate the gate of the Sea of Stars. Light shot out from his eyes and shone on the gate of the Sea of Stars. The giant gate suddenly shook violently, and the starlight that rushed out from the gate enveloped the gate itself. In the next moment, the gate of the Sea of Stars shook violently, and a powerful force exploded in an instant, activated by the Yuan Dragon King, who was in the middle of the tribulations. The force that exploded was much stronger than what the Golden Rock Sage and the Enchantress had done in the past. However, this couldn't change the outcome of the matter. Even the Yuan Dragon King could only take the initiative to close his gate of the Sea of Stars in order to escape. The Yuan Dragon King continued to roar. Under the huge threat of Lin Feng, his power seemed to have exceeded his own limits, and it seemed to have reached a new level. Although it was only for a moment, it exploded with shocking power. This power combined with the power of the Gate of the Sea of Stars, causing the Yuan Dragon King to turn into an ethereal golden light and finally escape from Lin Feng's sword. However, he was still injured by Lin Feng. As the golden light danced, golden dragon blood splattered everywhere in the void. Seeing the Gate of the Sea of Stars gradually solidify, the hearts of the others became heavy. Their desire for the Gate of the Sea of Stars grew stronger. Only Lin Feng smiled and stretched out a hand. He opened his palm, and the Gate of the Sea of Stars fell into his palm. Everyone fell silent at this moment. They looked at Lin Feng, who was calmly holding the Gate of the Sea of Stars in the void, and didn't reveal any clues. As usual, it was hard for them to say anything. On the other hand, There was no longer any struggle or hesitation in the monkey's eyes. He laughed loudly and manifested his three-headed and six-armed body. He picked up his cudgel and swung it at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also smiled. Let's exchange one move, but save some energy. Golden Cicada has also entered this spiritual sea. Hearing that, the monkey shouted, "One move!" Lin Feng put away the gate of the Sea of Stars with one hand, clenched his other hand into a fist, and punched at the monkey. When this punch was thrown, the scene in everyone's eyes changed. Lin Feng's figure disappeared, and what replaced it were layers of vast and boundless universes. Countless stars followed their own trajectories, silently circulating, showing a silent, natural, and boundless power. But as Lin Feng punched out, the innumerable stars, the innumerable trajectories, the innumerable principles, all changed at this moment. It was not a minor change, but an extremely obvious change. There were even many trajectories that intersected, causing many stars to collide and turn into dust, erupting with shocking power. However, this did not give off a feeling of losing control or chaos. Instead, it gave off a feeling of freedom and freedom. Everyone's eyes shone brightly. That was because they could tell that this was not a mere phantom image conjured by Lin Feng's dermic powers. Instead, it seemed like the true void of the Sea of Stars had undergone such a drastic change due to Lin Feng's move. The many demons that were cultivating with the stars could sense it especially clearly. Spots of starlight appeared from Monkey's acupoints, each spot being a star. The more he pushed his powers to the limits, the deeper he could sense the changes in the universe. The powerful forces from both sides collided at this moment. There was no sound, but it formed a scene of destruction, causing the spirit sea to tremble continuously, as though it was looking at Lin Feng and Monkey with hostility. Monkey's figure flew backward, and the starlight around him scattered. The elephant with 3 heads and 6 arms lost 2 heads and 4 arms, and the waves of demonic power on its body weakened. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he laughed loudly and somersaulted, landing back on the side of the huge golden lake. Monkey did not attack anymore, but the others were not idle. When Monkey's cudgel smashed down, Sun Mirage, Yudu, the Enchantress, King of the Underworld, and even the injured Yuan Dragon King all attacked Lin Feng at this moment. However, they were not the greatest threat. The greatest threat was the mirror light that seemed to cover heaven and earth, its brilliance and profoundness everywhere. In the 9 heavens of the Great Void Palace, Dao Lord Tai and Lin Daohan sighed in unison. They formed the same hand seal together and then pointed at the void. The Haotian mirror's mirror light no longer competed with the heaven-shrouding umbrella. Instead, it turned its power and finally aimed at Lin Feng. Ever since Lin Feng came to this world, he finally faced the true power and elegance of the number 1 treasure of heaven origin, the treasure that had left behind countless legends in the great heaven origin world spread its mirror light at this moment, and its light covered heaven and earth of the spirit sea. It was everywhere, and the entire spirit sea seemed to be covered by its light. In the distant void, several figures appeared in 2 different places. They were Shi Tianhao, Golden Cicada, and the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, who had entered with the Enchantress but had temporarily hidden himself from the core circle due to his cultivation. They were all wandering outside, but now, under the illumination of the Haotian mirror, they had nowhere to hide. And the light that covered the spirit sea, because the spirit sea was closely connected to the vast 1,000 worlds, overlapped with each other. In the vast 1,000 worlds, be it the divine land or the vast 1,000 worlds, at this moment, the world lit up with a hazy light. Every corner was covered, and it was extremely mysterious. In the spirit sea, under the illumination of this light, Lin Feng's figure also seemed to become faintly discernible no longer so elusive. The figures in each space gradually became visible, and it was as if they were about to merge into one. Seeing this, Lin Feng revealed a faint smile. In front of him, another Dao fruit appeared. It was indescribable except for one thing. When this Dao fruit appeared, the light of the Haotian mirror flickered slightly, and in the void, many vague images of the Haotian mirror appeared. They were everywhere, densely packed, and covered all space and time. As the mirror light flowed, there seemed to be signs of merging, and it was no longer as mysterious as before. However, Lin Feng did not attack the Haotian mirror. Instead, he used this Dao fruit to take on the attacks of Sun Mirage, Yudu, and the others. As for the Haotian mirror, he stretched out his index finger and gently touched the heart of his brows. Instantly, boundless light shone from the top of Lin Feng's head. However, there was no sense of mystery within the light, only endless signs of destruction. Everyone's gazes froze, and the king of the underworld even felt as if he had returned to the netherworld sea. Within that brilliance, a shadow slowly rose. The melodious sound of a bell resounded throughout the spiritual sea. An ancient bell appeared in front of everyone. This was Lin Feng's life-bonded magic treasure, the bell of good fortune. In the melodious bell sounds, the bell turned into the gate of creation, and then the gate of creation opened, and the river of time flowed out from within. On the surface of the river stood a boy who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. He had a smile on his face, and in his hand was an ancient book. The book itself was ordinary, and there was no aura coming from it at all. It only seemed very ancient and desolate. However, from within the book, there was a great power that caused all things to move towards decay and decay. It was not simply the flow of time, but even the Tao of time would decay. All great Taos were moving towards a sick and bad state. This was the third manifestation of the Bell of Creation, the Book of Destruction. Chapter 1430. When the Book of Collapse appeared, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The aura that it exuded made everyone's heart palpitate. Even the Haotian mirror in the void suddenly darkened. The light of the great path that pulsed in the spirit sea shook continuously. The existence that was like ribbons of light seemed to have been dyed, modeled. Beneath everyone's feet, the giant golden lake surged with waves and ripples. The light that was connected to the primordial golden lamp was also trembling. The light that was manifested by the great path of heaven and earth was connected to the Book of Collapse that was manifested by the Bell of Fate through Lin Feng. It vaguely formed a cycle, and together they performed the endless mysteries of creation, birth, and death. Seeing this, everyone's heart sank. It's different from the heaven-punishing sword. Just as they thought about this, Fate Creation Boy, who was holding the Book of Collapse, smiled and flipped open the pages. Suddenly, mysterious airflow gushed out from it and fell toward the Haotian mirror. The airflow split into thousands of pieces and kept expanding in the void. Wherever the airflow reached, the treasured mirror that seemed to exist in all time and space started to gradually change. The treasured mirrors that were originally invisible and formless began to appear in the void, one after another. Every place that could not be described with space was presented by a treasured mirror. It was as if thousands of Haotian mirrors had suddenly appeared in the world. Moreover, the number kept increasing. The area where the treasured mirror existed also kept expanding into the distance. Countless Haotian mirrors appeared in front of everyone. However, all of the treasured mirrors that appeared gradually dimmed at this moment. Initially mysterious and unpredictable, they became extremely bright and dazzling. Following that, even their brightness kept decreasing. In the end, they became dim and even blurry. The surface of the treasured mirror seemed to be covered with a layer of dust and became shabby. Under the effect of the Book of Collapse, the terrifying power kept expanding, stripping the treasured mirrors out of the void and staining them, causing them to decay. In the Nine Heavens imperial court of the Great Void, the experts of the Taishu Temple all felt a chill in their hearts. Lord Tai and Lin Daohan changed their incantations, and then they stretched out their fingers and tapped lightly in the air. Heaven and earth shook violently. In the next moment, innumerable Hautian mirrors suddenly appeared in the spirit sea, in every corner of space and time, everywhere and everywhere. All of the Hautian mirrors shone brightly at the same time, illuminating the entire spiritual sea. What was even more eye-catching was that outside the spiritual sea, the boundless universe seemed to be shaken at this moment, and the entire world seemed to be in turmoil. The world was truly shaken. Not only did the cultivators feel the turbulence of the Tao of heaven and earth and the changes of the spiritual energy, even the ordinary people could feel that the world they lived in seemed to be undergoing drastic changes. Wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth, and countless weather phenomena appeared at the same time. In the spirit sea that was closely connected to the boundless universe, light and shadows flashed in every corner and inch of the void. At this moment, the boundless universe seemed to have completely overlapped with the spirit sea, and in the light of countless Hautian mirrors, countless scenes of the creation of the boundless universe were reflected, all the mirror lights connected, and the portion of the treasured mirror that was stained by the power of the Book of Collapse also shone brightly at this moment, as if it was reborn. The mottled traces of decay gradually faded, and the mirror surface shone brighter and brighter until it became dazzling. However, under the effect of the aura of the Book of Collapse, the treasured mirror that was stained previously could not return to its original mysterious state, nor could it project the boundless universe like the other treasured mirrors. There was no sound in the spirit sea, but a shocking battle was unfolding, and both sides were in a stalemate. The light and shadows of the billions of Hautian mirrors in the void kept flashing, faintly discernible. Fate Creation Boy held the Book of Collapse in his hand and calmly flipped through the pages. One after another, seemingly ordinary, but in fact extremely terrifying chi of collapse and destruction, which caused everyone's expression to change, flew out from the book. Lin Feng smiled, and his expression was relaxed, as if he was not surprised at all. However, everyone present, including Lin Feng's disciples and White Tiger Great Sage, were all shocked. The scene before them seemed simple, but what was the opponent of the Book of Collapse now? It was the number one magic treasure of the great Tianyuan world, the Hautian Mirror, since the end of the primitive times and the beginning of the ancient times. During the war between the two realms, Lin Feng had successfully refined the sky-crushing sword for the second time. Before the reappearance of Xian Li, it was the most powerful treasure of the great Tianyuan world. Throughout the ages, the Hautian Mirror had always been a deterrent to the entire great Tianyuan world. Although the Hautian Mirror had been damaged and weakened over the ages, even then, most of the experts did not dare to act rashly. The king of the underworld, the last human emperor of the ancient era, the ruthless emperor, the supreme lord of the devil path in the middle era, the primitive devil cult leader Jiang Zhaoyang, and countless great demon experts had more or less used their lives to prove this point. Huan Ri Yudu looked at the Hautian Mirror and thought of the fall of Yuwang, heavenly sea in the war between the two realms 4,600 years ago. Yuan Dragon King looked at the Hautian Mirror and thought of the fall of Juehuang Xuanshang in the ancient era. Even the monkey looked at the Hautian Mirror and thought of Ji Huang Xinyuan, who had suppressed him in the Middle Era. He was the strongest among the saint emperors of the demon race, and one of the three great demons in the history of the great Tianyuan world. He could also be said to be the three strongest existences in the history of the great Tianyuan world. Juehuang Xuanshang Ji Huang Xinyuan, and Yuang Heavenly Sea. Their deaths were closely related to the Haotian mirror. The enchantress and king of the underworld looked at the Haotian mirror with unconcealable calmness. Even the future glazed Buddha Lord couldn't ignore his existence. However, such an existence had been defeated by a Mahayan-grade treasure. That's right, it was a Mahayan-grade treasure. When everyone realized this, their expressions became extremely complicated. Their feelings were difficult to describe with words. This wasn't the Haotian mirror that hadn't been able to fully recover. This was the Haotian mirror that had truly returned to its peak. Even the terrifying heaven-punishing sword that could destroy the heavens and destroy the Tao was only on par with the Haotian mirror. Both the heaven-punishing sword and the Haotian mirror were far superior to other treasures. Even among the treasures of creation, there wasn't a third treasure that could be compared to them, let alone other treasures. However, at this moment, one of the two strongest treasures in the great Tianyuan world, the Haotian mirror, was defeated by a Mahayan-grade treasure. Even the future star-glazed Buddha Lord, who was always calm and collected, was looking at the ordinary-looking book of destruction with a flickering light in his eyes. In the Nine Heavens Palace of the Great Void, the expressions of Tao Lord Tai and the others were unprecedentedly solemn. The atmosphere was even more oppressive. The Xianlin Taoist said dryly, "This treasure of his rarely appears in the world, but there are traces of it in the past." In the Battle of West Hill City, the spirit-nurturing level gate of creation transformed into a primordial spirit Tao soldier and used an unimaginable Tao formation to suppress the Mahayan-grade sky peak of the Twin Poles. In the Battle of Xian Extermination, the Battle of Mount Shu, and the War of the Two Realms after that, the River of Time of the Incarnate Stage had only appeared briefly. But every time it appeared, it would manifest extraordinary power and mystery. It was not inferior to the Great Wheel of Heaven, the Divine Prefecture Cauldron, and the Taishu Sage Temple. Now, this treasure had finally advanced from the transformation level to the Mahayan grade, and the power of the Mahayan grade bell of creation manifested into the Book of Destruction was indeed shocking. Everything seemed so logical, but in the eyes of the crowd, it still gave birth to a feeling of disbelief. After the heaven-crushing sword, another treasure that could be mentioned in the same breath as the Haotian mirror had appeared. In the long history of the great Tianyuan world, as a treasure of creation nurtured by the vast thousand worlds, the Haotian mirror had always stood out. But now there were existences that could shake its position, and there were two of them. Two treasures that could compete with the Haotian mirror had appeared in the same era. And these two treasures belonged to the same person. Everyone present was the top experts of the great Tianyuan world. They had gone through countless trials and tribulations, and their state of mind was extremely stable. But at this moment, they were all dazed for a moment. Apart from that, was there any possibility that the bell of creation could be improved further? In the next moment, everyone came back to their senses. Apart from the monkey, everyone else attacked Lin Feng and the creation boy. At this moment, they could no longer hold back. They had to unite and go all out. Otherwise, there would be no suspense in the battle of the Spirit Sea. The terrifying attacks that blanketed the sky and the earth were all directed at Lin Feng. The light of the great Tao in the Spirit Sea shook continuously. The ribbons of light in the sky broke, and the water in the golden lake churned continuously. There was a faint, dazzling light flashing. At this moment, the Spirit Sea, which had been repaired by everyone previously, showed signs of tearing again. Even with Lin Feng's primordial golden lamp and heaven-shrouding umbrella stabilizing time and space, the terrifying power still caused the Spirit Sea to shake violently, revealing an obvious sense of rejection. It was not that Sun Huan, Yudu, and the rest did not realize this, but at this moment they had no more scruples. The worst outcome was that the spirit sea would crack again, and everyone would be repelled by the spirit sea. That was still better than the spirit sea ending up in the hands of Xianmen Tianzong. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not look upset. With a smile on his face, his fruit of Tao appeared in front of him again, and he faced his opponents. Without the Haotian mirror targeting him, Lin Feng's figure became elusive again, drifting erratically. He seemed to be in all time and space, truly transcending time and space. There was nothing he could not do, and he was everywhere. At this moment, he no longer targeted a single opponent. Instead, he appeared in front of everyone at the same time. A sword slashed at the Yuanlong king. A finger pointed at the Sun Huan Yudu. A palm pressed at the enchantress. A hand grabbed at the king of the underworld. A fist struck at the future star-glazed Buddha Lord. Chapter 1431. At that moment, the Haotian mirror was everywhere in the spirit sea. It was as if it was endless. However, apart from the part of the mirror that had been infected by the Book of Destruction and couldn't recover, the rest of the Haotian mirror was mysterious and profound. It seemed illusory and real, as if it didn't exist in this world. Even though everyone was in the world of the spirit sea, and their figures overlapped with the Haotian mirror's light and shadow, they couldn't sense its existence. They could only see traces of it. It was as if two different worlds had completely overlapped, but they didn't interfere with each other. Only near the Book of Destruction, where the two sides were wrestling, the bright mirrors were also in the space-time, where everyone was. The Haotian mirror was facing off against the Book of Destruction, so it didn't affect the others. And at this moment, Lin Feng appeared in front of a group of experts at the same time in an instant. It seemed to be an understatement, but it made everyone focus 120% to deal with it. Their terrifying attacks were blocked by Lin Feng's Tao fruit, and Lin Feng's attack was already right in front of them. It wasn't teleportation or time manipulation. At that moment, Lin Feng had truly appeared in front of everyone at the same time. In reality, the real attack wasn't completely synchronized with time. However, it wasn't that Lin Feng couldn't do it. He just did it casually and didn't deliberately pursue it. Although the attack wasn't truly synchronized, regardless of whether it was the Mirage Sun Yudu, the Yuan Dragon King, the Enchantress, the King of the Underworld, or even the future star-glazed Buddha Master, they could all clearly confirm that the person in front of them was Lin Feng himself. Everyone was either close or far away from each other, but at that moment, they were facing Lin Feng at close range. They were facing a person who seemed to be everywhere and in all space-time. In front of the Yuan Dragon King, Lin Feng used his finger as a sword again and stabbed out. The radiance of the great Tao in the spirit sea swept out and gathered at the tip of the sword. He slashed at the Yuan Dragon King. Roar! Although he was already injured, the Yuan Dragon King wasn't willing to sit and wait for death. With a deafening dragon roar, he once again activated his power to resist the terrifying sword intent unleashed by Lin Feng. The golden light in the sky was vast and mighty, and the Yuan Dragon King's huge body kept tumbling. However, the sword light followed him like a shadow, closing in on him with every step. In front of the King of the Underworld, there was also a Lin Feng, his palm outstretched, fingers outstretched, as he reached out toward the King of the Underworld. The King of the Underworld seemed to be in a daze, sizing up Lin Feng with a strange look in his eyes. His gaze fell on the Haotian mirror, and his eyes revealed many emotions that could not be concealed. There were sighs, regret, desire. There were many other emotions. Since the ancient era, he had hoped to obtain this heavenly origin treasure, hoping that he could truly ascend to the top of the divine prefecture. After countless painstaking efforts, and even paying a high price, he finally obtained the best opportunity during the war between the two realms, and he was only one step away from success. However, this step was an insurmountable chasm, and the person who made this happen was none other than Lin Feng. It was also at that time that he saw the sky-crushing sword, whose pure offensive power was even stronger than the Haotian mirror. Today, he actually saw a second treasure that could be mentioned in the same breath as the Haotian mirror. However, just like the sky-crushing sword, this treasure also belonged to the Lin Feng in front of him. This made the king of the underworld's heart tremble, and he had mixed feelings. He took a deep look at Lin Feng, then turned around and left. The king of the underworld's flying speed was very fast, but Lin Feng's palm was even faster, still reaching for his back. 3 life-death underworld Dao fruits, half black and half white, flew out, and a huge pitch-black 3-tiered altar appeared. The Dao fruits flew into it, and as the king of the underworld said sacrifice, the altar suddenly shook. The pitch-black altar, at this moment, as the king of the underworld left with his back to Lin Feng, continued to collapse and finally turned into a pitch-black path. The king of the underworld seemed unwise to flee with his back to Lin Feng, but there was no trace of panic on his face. In a low voice, he said, "Behind me there is no life." Before he finished speaking, the pitch-black path gradually turned gray, but it looked even darker. Wherever the king of the underworld passed, everything lost its life and turned into a deathly stillness. Spiritual chi was dead. Space was dead. Time was dead. The enemy's magic power was dead. The enemy's flesh and blood body was dead. The enemy's spirit soul was dead. And the enemy's magic power was dead. Everything, whether it was tangible or intangible, sentient or not, whether it was truly alive or not at this moment, was forcefully defined as life and death, and fell into a state of death. Only the king of the underworld continued forward alone. This was not just his escape technique, nor was it his defense. At the same time, it was also his offensive technique. All sorts of wondrous uses were fused into a furnace, turning everything in his path into death. However, a palm still clawed towards the middle of his back. Wherever this palm passed, spiritual energy came to life and began to flow and pulse again. Space came to life, and there were 4 directions up and down, distance and time came to life, and flowed endlessly once more wherever the palm passed. The void actually gave birth to thousands of living beings. Birds sang and flowers bloomed, as if it was an independent world. The gray path was constantly whittled away, and no matter how fast the king of the underworld's escape technique was, the palm was always faster than him. It didn't even get close to him as it reached for him. The king of the underworld's expression finally changed, but the palm had already reached the center of his back. The movement was light and simple, but it instantly caused the king of the underworld to stop in his tracks. The king of the underworld growled, and the book of life and death appeared in his hand. As he flipped it, rays of inexplicable light appeared, turning into a gray world of the dead that enveloped the king of the underworld, trying to isolate him from the palm that was grabbing him. However, specks of light suddenly lit up on the palm, like specks of dust, seemingly unremarkable. But in the next instant, these specks of dust transformed into a boundless universe. 49 worlds appeared, and majestic power blasted together, bombarding the king of the underworld and the book of life and death. After Lin Feng reached the Dao integration stage, the power of his divine abilities in the past was no longer the same. Violent power exploded forth, directly shattering the world created by the book of life and death. The king of the underworld's body also trembled violently, and streaks of black light gushed forth from his primordial spirit, like blood splattering in all directions. At the same time, the enchantress looked at Lin Feng, who had appeared before him. He looked at the palm that was pressing down like a 5-fingered mountain, and a bitter smile seemed to appear on his blurry face. The heaven-shaking earth miraculous array formation manifested into 4 huge pillars of light that shot up into the sky like pillars of heaven, and Lin Feng's palm that was pressing down seemed to be able to overturn heaven and earth and collapse the heavens. Even the 4 pillars of heaven began to shake violently the moment they came into contact with it. Lin Feng stared at the enchantress, his face expressionless. "Deluo Yudu, Xian Yao, is my disciple. Do you find pleasure in making up stories and stirring up trouble?" His palm continued to press down, and a taiji diagram appeared in the center of his palm. As the taiji rotated, the light of the heaven-shaking earth miraculous array formation began to disintegrate. The 4 pillars of heaven could only helplessly collapse in the face of this apocalyptic calamity. The great building was about to collapse, and it was difficult to turn the tide. Within the heaven-shaking earth miraculous array formation, the enchantress completely revealed her original true form at this moment. This was because she could clearly feel that she was facing a situation that was even more dangerous than the one she had faced in the war between the 2 worlds. Within the formation, amidst the vast expanse of dark clouds, an indistinct shadow floated in the air. With this shadow as the center, rays of brilliance flowed continuously. The flowing brilliance suddenly stopped and gathered into a shadow of light. Strange syllables came from the shadow of light, and strange waves of magic power also came from it. In the next moment, the indistinct shadow exploded together with the vast expanse of dark clouds. At the most critical moment, the enchantress didn't dare to hold anything back. She directly used her last resort and self-destructed her original true form to fight for an opportunity for herself. However, the taiji diagram in the center of Lin Feng's palm suddenly reversed after a moment of stillness. With this reversal, everything that was pressed down by Lin Feng's palm began to collapse towards a single point. That powerful force that was even more terrifying than a black hole produced the effect of compression. The power that erupted from the true form of the enchantress was actually forcefully suppressed, unable to spread out. That terrifying change that could even incite the boundless world was forcefully suppressed, unable to do anything. Borrowing this explosion, the 12 sacred heavens' miraculous array formation that had roused itself also withered in an instant. It was as if the rousing from before was just a facade. The shadow of light in the dark clouds gave off a dull grunt. Instead, it was contained within the dark clouds that couldn't explode outwards and had to bear the power of the counterattack. If it wasn't for the protection of the formation, the enchantress wouldn't just have self-destructed her original true form. Her own demon soul might have even been destroyed by this explosion. The 12 sacred heavens' miraculous array formation was also in chaos because of this. It was in great turmoil as it endured the terrifying power that rose from within itself. Yudu Huan re-looked at Lin Feng in front of him with an extremely grim expression. He didn't know why Lin Feng, who had to rely on the heaven-punishing sword to defeat him in the war between the 2 worlds back then, possessed such terrifying power on his own. Even in that exchange just now, he didn't feel that Lin Feng had such remarkable abilities. However, none of this was what he was concerned about now. He only cared about how to deal with the current Lin Feng. Lin Feng pointed at him, and a black and a white beam of light intertwined. As they gathered, a beam of eternal calamity, light shot towards him. That terrifying eternal calamity light transformed into a myriad of great Daos and evolved into the concept of the eternal truth. It had already become complete, and wherever the light passed by, it was extremely profound. It was just like Lin Feng's Dao fruit. It finally had a concrete image that could be described and described. However, the power contained within was similarly tyrannical and unfathomable. It broke through all existences that dared to block its path. Yudu Huan didn't take it head-on this time. With a grim expression, he pulled back the broken horn that came from Yu Wang's celestial sea into the golden lake water. A purple screen of light and black light appeared together to block in front of Yudu Huan Ri. Looking at the purple screen of light, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Creation divine light of black and white shone from his body, shaking the heavens even more. The eternal calamity light became even more terrifying, but it still broke through the layers of obstruction. Chapter 1432. Wherever the majestic eternal calamity light passed by, large numbers of purple and black divine markings would shatter. The space-time of the spirit sea was also being destroyed in this process. The scene was extremely tragic, and people couldn't help but suspect that if the battle hadn't happened in the spirit sea, the destruction would have been even more unimaginable. With a grunt, Mirage Sun and Yudu were pushed back, leaving behind black flowing light in the void like blood splattering in all directions. On the other side of the battlefield, future star-glazed Buddha Lord was also facing Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng punched towards him. Under the vast power, the galaxy seemed to roll backwards. Countless stars were shifted at this moment, deviating from their original orbits. In the light and shadow, countless stars collided and shattered. The scene was even more shocking than when Lin Feng and Monkey had fought. Lin Feng's primordial spirit seemed to have evolved into a body of flesh and blood. However, the majestic power of qi and blood contained in it was almost suffocating. Future star, glazed Buddha, Lord looked at him and didn't say anything. He formed a mudra with both hands, and his two middle fingers were bent into the shape of a sword. His two index fingers were extended to the back of his two middle fingers. Once the mudra was formed, terrifying power spread out even before he punched. The past couldn't be chased, and the future was unpredictable. Only the present could be grasped firmly and dominate everything. The last move of Vairocana, Divine Palm. Vajra Realm Freedom Mudra, the strongest fist that had been passed down in the Divine Land for countless years, the highest peak of the martial Tao in the history of the human cultivation world. With a punch, the light that illuminated the entire spirit sea world was illuminated. Unlike Mirage Sun and Yudu, who could only defend with the broken horn of Yu Wang's celestial sea and couldn't attack, future star-glazed Buddha Lord's punch completely erupted with power. Even the Haotian Mirror and Book of Destruction were affected, and some of their attention was diverted. In a trance, the entire spirit sea world turned into a huge Buddha's hand mudra. In the center of the mudra, a swastika character covered the sky and covered everything. Lin Feng laughed and didn't stop punching. However, in the fist will of the martial Tao that exploded the endless starry sky, there was a new change. Countless stars collided, turning into a large amount of dust that pervaded the universe. The light was completely shattered, leaving only boundless darkness. The dark universe was not peaceful. Time and space were divided into countless regions, each operating according to different rules. They overlapped and gathered together, forming a strange feeling of distortion. This strange distortion, the terrifying power of the universe collapsing at this moment, was completely manifested in Lin Feng's martial path fist intent. When he punched out, heaven and earth distorted, but it didn't shatter. Amidst the extreme destructive power, it also contained a powerful control power, profound to the finest detail. At this moment, the swastika symbol that enveloped the heavens and earth displayed its unmoving nature. Even though the universe's space-time was distorting, it didn't change. Instead, it became more condensed, and its power became more concentrated. But in the next moment, in Lin Feng's fist intent, The universe of time and space, which seemed to be distorted as a whole, suddenly evolved into a unified law, and the universe settled down again. However, the principles and laws within were different from the normal space-time of the universe. It was like a brand new world, and in this world, all the laws, dharma, and logos were controlled by Lin Feng. Even the Vairocana Buddha's palm could no longer exist freely here. The swastika symbol, which was still unmoving due to the distortion of space-time, became unstable in this stable space-time. The future star-glazed Buddha, Lord wanted to use his supreme power to forcefully break through, suppressing this unique universe space-time along with Lin Feng. But at this moment, the power of Lin Feng's fist exploded completely, using force to break force, clashing with the former king of martial arts, Vajra Realm Freedom Seal. The spirit sea shook once again, and the Buddha light dissipated. Lin Feng's body stood still, while the future star-glazed Buddha, Lord's figure fell backward, almost falling from the sky-reaching pagoda. Many of the stars in his 48,000 palms dimmed. In an instant, Lin Feng swept through the surroundings. Although he was fighting against many, he was still unstoppable. As space-time changed, while the other experts were competing, Lin Feng's figure also appeared in front of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He raised one hand, his palm like a knife, and struck down at the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As the palm struck down, the world in front of him seemed to turn into a light gauze cut open from the middle. The vast and lofty, nine-layered illusory ball of light at this moment flashed. The magic faded, and the light became dazzling, but a lot more ordinary. The people of Taishu Temple could only watch as the ball of light in front of them was cut open. Lord Tai closed his eyes, looking at Lin Feng, took a deep breath, and put his palms together. His magical power surged, turning into a small light shadow of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, and continued to shroud and protect the people present. And above the Nine Heavens Imperial Court formed by Lord Tai's magical power, the great void mysterious light fell like a curtain of water, mysterious, blocking Lin Feng's attack. But at the edge of Lin Feng's palms, at this moment, there was also the mysterious light of eternal calamity constantly flowing and rotating at the edge of his palms. That bizarre power continued to wear down the Taishu mystic light in the sky, knocking it down from its mysterious state and making it ordinary. Then it dimmed and disappeared in the end. Dots of light lit up on Lord Tai's body, and each small dot of light was like a god opening his eyes. Endless incantations evolved from the small dots of light, and a large number of incantations condensed into seals. With these seals as the core, pieces of crystal-like existence appeared in the void. Countless fragments, together, turned into a light curtain shrouding the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Lord Tai, and the others, and strengthening the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. When the light curtain appeared, the people of Taishu Temple seemed to have stepped into a realm without calamities and tribulations, invulnerable to all magic, and untainted by all evil. Naturally, it was Lord Tai's creation divine light, calamity divine light, Shoichi Dashin, Lord Xian Yi, Lin Daohan, and the others also activated their magical power, helping Lord Tai to strengthen the new Nine Heavens Imperial Court to resist Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's expression did not change, and his palms still fell. Although the speed had become slightly slower, it still broke through the Nine Heavens Imperial Court with an unstoppable momentum. The light curtain formed by Lord Tai's calamity divine light rippled like water ripples, and under Lin Feng's attack, it also turned from magical to ordinary, losing its invulnerable power. It was shaken from the foundation, and without the skin, where would the hair attach itself to? It could only helplessly scatter. The Haotian mirror was still in a stalemate with the Book of Destruction, and the people of Taishu Temple could only helplessly retreat in the face of Lin Feng's power. Without their support, the the nine heavens imperial court that manifested in the spirit sea completely collapsed. On the other battlefields, everyone was at a disadvantage. Amidst mournful cries, the Yuan Dragon King, who was already injured, suddenly had an even more severe wound appear on his body. He almost fell from the void, and the magic power and aura around his body dimmed. The black light on the king of the underworld's body faded and turned white. The book of life and death kept flipping, and the magical power of the man and the treasure merged as if they had turned into a black and white roulette. The roulette was shattered by Lin Feng's palm. With a muffled groan, the figure of the king of the underworld reappeared. At this stage, he had temporarily escaped from Lin Feng's first round of attacks. However, his magical power and aura had become extremely weak, and his face was even paler. The contrast with his pitch-black eyes was even more obvious. To him, the more pressing problem was that Lin Feng was still in front of him, like a shadow. Lin Feng's expression was calm, and he reached out to grab him again. The exact same action, the exact same calmness, and the exact same domineering and unstoppable force. The enchantress was firmly suppressed by Lin Feng's palm, and could only rely on the 12 sacred heavens' ingenious flower formation to resist. The heaven-reaching demonic ape, the primordial celestial dragon, and the Kuan Peng had already disappeared. In their place were the phoenix, Kiran, and Zhu Zheng, who were setting up the formation together with the black tortoise. The heaven-shaking, ingenious flower formation had already turned into the heaven-protecting nirvana ingenious flower formation. However, under the pressure of Lin Feng's mountain-like power, everything was in danger. Future glazed Buddha was pushed back by Lin Feng. Looking at Lin Feng, who attacked again, although his expression was not flustered, he was also filled with a sigh. His 480 million palms suddenly joined together, and then he turned into a beam of light, merging with the sky-reaching pagoda. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he saw the sky-reaching pagoda and the future glazed Buddha, Lord's figures disappear together, leaving only endless light in the world. The light was not dazzling, but it was as clear as glass. It enveloped the entire spirit sea world, making the world in front of everyone seem to have turned the color of glass. It was quiet and natural, and the endless mysteries were revealed. It was peaceful, as if it was showing the future of the world, the home of all living beings. The Eastern glazed light world. The Eastern glazed light world that the future glazed Buddha Lord and the sky-reaching pagoda had manifested together. When this world appeared, the glazed light world illuminated the world, giving rise to a miraculous change. Figures flickered before everyone's eyes, as if there were countless figures of Lin Feng appearing in every corner of time and space. Then, these figures gradually gathered at one point. Sensing the changes, Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face. The future glazed Buddha, Lord's move could not cause any real harm to him. The only effect was to wear down his current freedom, which seemed to exist in all time and space. This way, the other people's attacks will be able to focus on him. Otherwise, the scene in front of him may seem absurd, but it really is Lin Feng ganging up on the others. In order to do this, one had to have the same level of power as Lin Feng. Only the Haotian mirror was present, but it was blocked by the Book of Destruction. The future glazed Buddha Lord was helpless. He could only use his great magic power to manifest the glazed world of the East and contain Lin Feng within. He is proficient in the path of karma and fate. He can discern the true meaning of space-time. His own cultivation strength is also only a step away from the middle tribulation or completion stage. Only then can he manifest this magic power. But while he was wearing down Lin Feng was also wearing down his magic power. He, who was at a disadvantage, was destined to only last for a short time before Lin Feng broke through it again. At that time, Lin Feng would not be injured, but he would be heavily injured. But in this situation, this is undoubtedly the best choice. Seeing this, the other spirits were roused, once again gathering their remaining courage and attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him with interest. He chuckled and increased the strength of his palm. The 12 sacred heavens' wonderful splendor formation that was still suppressed by his palm completely collapsed. Chapter 1433. The heaven-protecting nirvana apparition formation shattered, and streams of light scattered in the void. The shadows of the 4 great demon races, Phoenix, Black Tortoise, Qilin, and Juezheng, let out sky-shaking roars before vanishing. Next, the shadows of the other 8 great demon races, including the primordial heavenly dragon, Golden Rock, Kuan Peng, heaven-reaching devil ape, and Chaos, also scattered. The entire formation crumbled, and white light flickered within, giving birth to a powerful force of creation and recovery. This was the last use of the heaven-protecting nirvana apparition formation, which sent the enchantress's heavily injured demon soul far away. She had self-detonated her true form and suffered Lin Feng's attack, so her injuries were extremely severe. She didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly escaped. However, Lin Feng flipped his palm, and a Taiji diagram spun in his palm, suppressing her below and rendering her immobile. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'll deal with you after I ask Dao Friend Ning. For now, just stay here and wait." As he said that, Lin Feng's body moved, and 7 colored halos flowed around him. He took a step forward instead of retreating, walking towards Mirage Sun, Yudu, and the rest. He tapped gently with his finger, and black and white lights intertwined, deducing the essence of the changes of creation. The profound and overbearing eternal calamity light swept through the void and blocked all the attacks from Mirage Sun, Yudu, King Yuan Dragon, and the King of the Underworld. Wherever the eternal calamity light passed, everything seemed to step into the flow of the great Tao of life and death. Only the great Tao of life and death was eternal, the only one, and the truth at that moment. In the world of Eastern glazed light, Lin Feng's thousands of figures merged into one. It was as if only Lin Feng existed in time and space. However, his methods were still overbearing. One hand executed the eternal calamity light, and the other smacked towards Mirage Sun and Yuda's head. Taiji light markings flashed in his palm, and as they circulated, they slowly came to a stop. Then they suddenly reversed and burst forth with an extremely powerful force. Mirage Sun and Yudu frowned, and the Yudu Xianhua rushed into the sky, blocking Lin Feng's palm like a heavenly pillar. Layers of starlight appeared inside, causing the terrifying Yudu profound flower to be like a black galaxy. At this moment, it was extremely condensed to defend against Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's palm was held up by the black profound light, and it paused in the air for a moment before continuing to fall. Although the momentum was much slower, the black pillar of light that was like a pillar supporting the sky began to shatter bit by bit from top to bottom. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's palm continued to press down, and in Sun Mirage Yudu's vision, it seemed to become larger and larger. On Lin Feng's other hand, his index and 2 fingers were placed side by side. Using his fingers as a sword, he sent 2 swords in the air towards the Yuan Dragon King and the King of the Underworld respectively, allowing them to catch the fish and win. Even though he had temporarily lost the freedom of space and time because of the Vairocana world of the East, Lin Feng was still unstoppable at this moment, and everyone present found it hard to deal with him. What made everyone's hearts sink even more was that Lin Feng's clone was still sitting in the primordial golden lamp. Although because of the shock waves from the battle, Lin Feng's clone and the primordial golden lamp's refinement of the spirit sea had clearly slowed down, they didn't stop. They continued to advance step by step. The surface area of the huge golden lake was gradually shrinking without a sound. In the Vairocana world of the East, the chanting of Buddhas echoed continuously. However, as time passed, the clear and pure world gradually dimmed. Boundless light still shone on the spirit sea, but the pure and clear essence within was gradually fading away. As a result, the entire Vairocana world of the East showed signs of turbidity. It wasn't that it looked turbid, but in everyone's perception, it was gradually turning from clear to turbid. Lin Feng looked at the Vairocana world of the East and didn't say a word. Sun Mirage, Yudu, Yuan Dragon King, and the rest didn't understand. But Lin Feng clearly knew what the future star constellation, Glazed Buddha Master, was thinking. To her, Lin Feng was the biggest obstacle in her path. In some sense, he might even be the only obstacle. Both sides would definitely have to fight. Future star constellation, Glazed Buddha Master didn't care much about how Xianmen Tianzong grew and how he ascended to the pinnacle of the divine land and even the great heaven primordial world. There was no hatred between them. More accurately speaking, there was even good karma and good karma. The resurgence of Buddhism might be opposed. The great Zhou Empire might be opposed. The Shushan sword sect might be opposed. And all the powers that had participated in the battle of vanquishing Buddhism might be opposed. Even the demon race on Heaven Wasteland continent might not be willing to see another powerful human power rise again. However, Xianmen Tianzong didn't care. If Buddhism didn't take the initiative to be hostile, Xianmen Tianzong wouldn't interfere with Buddhism's resurgence on the divine land. This was the case for Lin Feng. And the future star constellation, Glazed Buddha Master, could also see this point clearly. Therefore, even if he had to fight with Lin Feng, the future star constellation, Glazed Buddha Master, had never intended to make things difficult for Xianmen Tianzong. Golden Cicada and Shintazhe had entered the underworld sea under his orders. They were just a form of restraint. He didn't mind enlightening Shintazhe's conversion to Buddhism, but he didn't care about Shintazhe's control over the underworld sea. Because for him, this karma that should be in the future, that must be ended, will always fall on Lin Feng himself. Xianmen Tianzong, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, and the others had all suffered. Even the heaven punishment sword had been destroyed. But as long as Lin Feng himself was still alive, all of this was still meaningless to the future star constellation, Glazed Buddha Master. And if Lin Feng himself was destroyed, then even if Xianmen Tianzong didn't suffer any other injuries, the future star constellation, Glazed Buddha Master's goal would be achieved. Xianmen Tianzong being injured, especially with the heaven punishment sword destroyed, would naturally greatly reduce Lin Feng's abilities. This would make it easier to deal with Lin Feng himself later. However, the future star constellation, Glazed Buddha Master, wouldn't do this himself, nor would he carry out such a plan. At most, he would just watch from the side. If he wanted to settle the future karma, it would only fall on Lin Feng himself. But it was also because of this that when he fought with Lin Feng, he had to give it his all and leave no leeway behind compared to Sun Mirage, Yudu, King Yuan Dragon, and even the people of Taishu Temple. Lin Feng was well aware of this, so he didn't say anything more. A Dao fruit appeared above his head. That indescribable and elusive point seemed to be the starting and ending point of all things. It was as if it was the combination of the great Tao's mysteries. The Tao fruit remained there and didn't move. However, the world of glazed light in the east started to become more and more unstable. On the other side, the people of Taishu Temple looked at this scene with extremely solemn expressions. Tai One Venerable's hands changed repeatedly, and then he pointed at the sky. A small-scale, illusory nine heavens imperial court appeared, and a stream of air rushed up, piercing through the nine heavens and transcending above. It transformed into a light that was even more mysterious and unfathomable than the great void mysterious light that filled the sky. When this light appeared, Tai, one venerable's body that didn't seem to have any changes, seemed to suddenly become tall and big. He was no longer the same as before. The light spread out and merged with the millions of Hautian mirrors that covered every corner of space-time. As the light of the Hautian mirror flashed, it gradually dimmed. Countless treasured mirrors actually gradually disappeared in the void. However, people could still clearly feel that they were still there in every corner of this world, in every layer of space-time. In the world of the Spirit Sea, the light of the great Tao flowed continuously, becoming more mysterious and vast. The aura of the power of the Hautian mirror also became more profound. The many treasured mirrors that were touched by the Book of Collapse also started to glow more and more unfathomable. They gradually pressed towards the Book of Collapse in the center. Fate Creation Boy held the Book of Collapse and stood on the spot. When he saw this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Lin Feng naturally felt it at the first moment and also raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, 7 colored halos appeared on his body and flowed continuously. As the light flowed, Lin Feng's figure flashed. He had already escaped from the encirclement of Sun Mirage, Yudu, Yuan Dragon King, and King of the Underworld. The 3 of them could only watch helplessly. With one step, time and space no longer existed. Lin Feng instantly appeared in front of Tao Master Tai and the others. A beam of eternal calamity light shot out and instantly cut off the mysterious light emitted by Tao Master Tai's fingertip. It also destroyed the calamity divine light around Tao Master Tai's body. Lin Daohan's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He used his right hand to pinch a spell, and the Taishu engraving on the back of his left hand flashed. Then he slapped his palm towards the Hautian mirror. Between heaven and earth, the light of the Hautian mirror was extremely mysterious. It shone in all directions, but it was also focused on one point. It enveloped Tao Master Tai's body and blocked Lin Feng's eternal calamity light. However, in this way, the situation of the battle between Tao Master Tai and the Book of Collapse was suddenly reversed. The Book of Collapse, which was originally at a disadvantage, immediately turned the situation around. The terrifying aura of collapse and destruction continued to spread, dragging out the Hautian mirror one after another from time and space. They were contaminated, losing their magic and becoming dark and gloomy. Some of the mirrors even started to decay and break. Tao Master Tai retreated by a hair's breadth. He and Lin Daohan hurriedly cast spells together to help the Hautian mirror regain its footing. On the other side, Sun Mirage, Yudu, King Yuan Dragon, and King of the Underworld attacked again. Looking at Lin Feng, who was moving unhindered, everyone in Taishu Temple felt their hearts sink. Tao Master Xian, he let out a long breath. This kind of divine art and magic power is already at the middle calamity stage, the level of the immortal realm. Even in our temple, only the founding Patriarch Scarlet Sun, and you, Senior Brother Tai, have reached such a realm. Although the Hautian mirror has recovered fully and the heaven-punishing sword hasn't been able to enter the Spirit Sea, the Master of the Profound Gate has another treasure that is comparable to the Hautian mirror. Shoichi Dashin's gaze fell on the heaven-covering umbrella. Although it's hard to describe that treasure as a treasure, its protective power can only be broken by the Hautian mirror. Even if we want to stop him from refining the Spirit Sea, we can't do it. Everyone fell silent. Xianlin, Taoist, looked at Lin Daohan. The situation in the Spirit Sea has deteriorated to such an extent. If there isn't a huge change, it will be hard to save it. Now, we have to look at the colossal world. Lin Daohan said softly, "Everything is just speculation. If things don't go as expected." Dao Master Tai closed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Slowly, he said, "Man proposes." Chapter 1434. On the Divine Land, after the Battle of Mount Shu, the Kuan Dragon King died in battle, and the great sage Zhu Yan and Shun Dragon King were also defeated. The ancient Emperor Gu Jun, together with Sword Venerable Tiangang, Xian Longsheng, Shi Xingyun, and the others launched a counterattack against the human cultivators. Apart from the 4 great demons of the Age of Cultivation, other demon overlords followed their respective leaders and set foot on the Divine Land. But at this moment, they had no choice but to constantly retreat, as if history was repeating itself in the later stages of the war between the two worlds. Gu Jun and the others chased after the great sage and the others, while the other human cultivators kept chasing away the demon overlords who came with the great sage and the others. The vast land of the Divine Prefecture and planet Tianhuang surged again. The woman sitting in the void on the coast of the East Sea was frightening, but at the moment, she also gave everyone the greatest confidence. The cultivators of Xianmen Tianzong also attacked and chased along the way. The protector, foreign delegate Zhuge Dao Master Liubo and the others, as well as the elites of the second-generation disciples who had reached the essence soul state, all joined in. In the Yan Emperor city of the infinite wilderness, great sage Lu Yuan and the others could not help but attack from another direction. Great sage Yu Cheng of the primordial demon ape clan and the heaven-reaching demon ape clan of Lingyuan Mountain returned to the divine Abyss Mountain after the great sage, and Zhu Yan went to the Divine Land. Great sage Ling of the extreme spiritual divine monkey clan, great sage Jiu Yu of the ghost monkey clan, and great sage Bai Yen of the divine Abyss Mountain followed the great sage and the others to the Divine Land. Now, they left in high spirits and returned in low spirits, fleeing back to the infinite wilderness in a sorry state. Great sage Ling Ji was blocked by great sage Lu Yuan and Long Shinka and almost failed to escape. He only managed to fight his way out after losing a layer of skin. On the other hand, Bayan Great Sage's luck was not so good. A group of people surrounded a huge lake in infinite mainland and sealed off the void. There was no way out. Xianmen Tianzong was the second-generation chief of Fun Tianya, Dao Master Tang Jun, the second-generation chief of Nirvana Wonderland, Dao Master Tianjin, Zhou Yunsong, the second-generation chief of Qingwu Pavilion, Sword Master Dubhe, Hanyang, the second-generation elder of Qian Tian Palace, Dao Master Tian Bai, Ing Luoza. Most of the top figures among the second-generation direct disciples of Xianmen Tianzong were present. Although they were all nascent divinity incarnation realm cultivators, they had surrounded by a great sage, preventing him from escaping even though he was at the astral soul fusion realm. Bayan Great Sage's gaze was ferocious as he looked around. Apart from Tang Jun and the others, the Mahayana Dharma treasure, the ancient sword Tai Ching, was also present. It hung high in the sky with the tip of the sword pointed down at his head, supporting Tang Jun and the others. This made Bayan Great Sage feel a little short of breath. It was very difficult for him to break out of the encirclement now. However, he was also ferocious and domineering. Seeing that his chances of breaking out were slim, his eyes flashed with ferocity as he wanted to fight with his life on the line. Even so, the opponents before him were not easy to deal with. Tang Jun, Hanyang, and Zhou Yunsong. Ever since the war between the two realms, they had been publicly acknowledged as the 3 strongest people in terms of actual combat skills among the second-generation successor disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Zhou Yunsong was the first to make a name for himself. He possessed the Blazing Sun physique, and when he used the Blazing Sun energy breaker, his attacks were sharp and ruthless. Even with Bayan Great Sage's demonic cultivation base, he had to be careful not to be touched by Zhou Yunsong's blazing sun energy breaker, making it difficult for him to fight. Tang Jun, on the other hand, possessed the Azure Flame Emperor's physique and the divine light of creation. His style was tough, and he was adept at both offense and defense, giving Bayan Great Sage a headache. On the other side, the seemingly lazy and indifferent Han Yang had the strongest offensive power among the three, with his sword in hand. In order to maintain his fighting strength in a protracted battle, Bayan Great Sage would rather take a hit from either Zhou Yunsong or Tang Jun than be injured by Han Yang's sword. The terrifying submerging Yuan sword of extermination contained the concept of the heaven-punishing sword qi, and it also drew on the strengths of many schools of thought. There was a wound on his left arm, and faint specks of light were constantly seeping out of the wound, making it look as if the wound was bleeding. Han Yang had already reached the nascent divinity realm, and his body was a manifestation of his nascent divinity. However, the wound could not heal, and it remained there. But it was precisely because of this that Bayan Great Sage was even more vigilant. The wound was not left by him to Han Yang, but by Han Yang himself. After being injured, Bayan Great Sage could clearly feel that Han Yang's subsequent attacks were significantly stronger, and the more serious the injury, the stronger Han Yang's next attacks would be. Because of the injury, the unique blood qi of reversed meridians was formed, and it was channeled into his own sword energy. This was a secret technique created by Han Yang. Reverse Meridian's blood qi could not only strengthen the power of Han Yang's swordsmanship, but it could also maintain his life while it was in circulation. In theory, when he was on the brink of death, his power would reach its peak. However, at that time, he would only have the strength for one more attack. After that attack, if he did not receive proper treatment, his injuries would be difficult to heal, and he would lose his life. But now that he had a group of fellow disciples around him, Han Yang clearly did not need to worry about this. He did not want to miss the upcoming operation, so there was no need to risk his life. But if there was a need, he could use his sword to shock the heavens. And with the support of the reversed lifeblood qi, his submerging sword became even fiercer, and its pure offensive power even surpassed that of Tang Jun and Zhou Yunsong. At the same time, Ing Luoza, who was far away, was giving Bayan Great Sage a headache. The dark-skinned young man's eyes flashed like a wolf's, and he did not approach. Instead, he stared at Bayan Great Sage from afar, his figure flickering in and out of existence as he moved around. There was a hint of a cold smile on his lips, and he held a flying knife in his hand, aiming at Bayan Great Sage. He looked like he was treating Bayan Great Sage as prey, patient and playful. Seeing this, Bayan Great Sage became irritated and enraged. If it was just Ing Luoza, he would not care, and he would immediately give the kid a good beating. But with Tang Jun, Han Yang, and Zhou Yunsong blocking him, it would be difficult for him to deal with Ing Luoza, and he could not ignore Ing Luoza's existence. If Ing Luoza attacked him, it would be even more difficult for him to deal with Tang Jun and the other two, and being on guard against Ing Luoza would distract him, making it even more dangerous for him to deal with Tang Jun and the others. All of this made Bayan Great Sage even more irritated, and he wanted nothing more than to kill all these juniors in front of him. Besides, although Tang Jun was resolute, Zhou Yunsong was cold, and Ing Luoza was proud and aloof, and did not speak much when fighting. Han Yang had a sharp tongue. He looked at Bayan Great Sage and said slowly, "It's a pity that senior brother Tai isn't here, or we would have attacked directly instead of wasting time with this old lion." Perhaps it was the style of his seniors, or perhaps it was the strength of his own sect, but among everyone present, only Tang Jun could barely be considered to be proficient in both offense and defense. But in fact, he was stronger in offense than defense. Han Yang, Zhou Yunsong, and Ing Luoza in a sense, could even be considered as only attacking and not defending. After all, Bayan Great Sage was a great demon at the realm of unity of star and soul. He was powerful, and if he fought with his life on the line, he could not be underestimated. Han Yang and the others were sharp in their attacks, and Bayan Great Sage was likely to die today. But it would take some patience to kill him here and now. Bayan Great Sage was also wounded at this moment. The most serious injury was caused by Han Yang. He stared coldly at the lazy purple-clothed young man in front of him and said, "I'll kill you first." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he pounced toward Han Yang. The purple smoke cosmic thunder that was like a purple cloud also shrouded Han Yang. Stars could be vaguely seen flashing in the purple cloud. Bayan Great Sage had completely given up on the idea of escaping at this moment. He wanted to exchange his life for a life, so he unleashed all his power. But even though he was going to fight with his life on the line, Bayan Great Sage did not lose his cool. He chose Han Yang as his target because of his anger, and also because he had judged from their previous exchange that although Han Yang had the strongest offensive power among Xianmen Tianzong and the others, he was also the weakest in defense. Han Yang looked at Bayan Great Sage, who was pouncing toward him. His expression was still lazy, but his eyes suddenly became sharp and piercing. He knew his strengths and weaknesses better than Bayan Great Sage. He had provoked Bayan Great Sage with words so that he could combine his own characteristics and lure Bayan Great Sage to choose him as his target. Seeing that Bayan Great Sage was indeed attacking him, Han Yang did not say a word. He manifested his primordial spirit avatar, and then blood chi filled the air and black light flashed. Beams of sword light intertwined in the air. Earth, water, fire, and wind surged, turning into 4 long swords, each with a different aura and sword will. Other than one sword that was similar to Han Yang's Luo Qingwu sword, the other 3 swords were similar to the Shushan Immortal Heavenly Sword Qi, the Elysium Heavenly Sword of 9 Heavens, and his own master, Sword Immortal Lord Luo Qingwu's primary spirit sword. The 4 swords stood side by side, sword light swirling. Countless sword chi and sword light spread out, vaguely forming a sword realm that looked like clouds and mist. This sword realm killed all intruders. Although the killing power was somewhat restrained, it seemed to be both offensive and defensive. Seeing this, Bayan Great Sage's heart sank. He knew that he had been tricked by Han Yang. He wanted to ignore everything else and forcefully break through Han Yang's sword realm, continuing to fight with his life on the line. But then he saw a brilliant light flashing between Tang Jun's brows, and a sky full of divine markings appeared. As the divine markings circled, they formed chain-like runes. The runes pierced through the void, causing the sky to change color. It was Tang Jun's divine light of creation. Previously, when Tang Jun used his divine light of creation, Bayan Great Sage already knew that it was a mystical treasure light that could make Tang Jun's other mystiques and immortality arts even more exquisite and complete. It was not just a simple increase in power, but also a more profound understanding. Although it was temporary, it was still mysterious. But now it seemed that Tang Jun's divine light of creation could not only be used on himself, but could also be used on others. At this point, how could Bayan Great Sage not understand that these young people before him had teamed up to dig a big hole for him? And now he was just going to crash into it by himself. Sadly, he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. Zhou Yunsong and Ning Rosa had seized this opportunity and were already attacking him. If he stopped now, he would be beaten up for nothing. Chapter 1435. Zhou Yunsong and Ning Luoza had severely injured by Wu Great Sage. Both his demonic soul and true form were damaged. Although the rolling purple smoke cosmic thunder had shattered Han Yang's sword domain and injured Han Yang, Bai Wu Great Sage was not happy at all. This was because if he could not completely finish off Han Yang, Even if his injuries worsened, it would only make him stronger in the short term. In the end, Han Yang's injuries weren't even as severe as his in this exchange. Now that he had suffered another heavy injury, it caused Baian's combat prowess to be further reduced. Even if he wanted to put his life on the line, he would not be able to, and the situation was getting more dangerous. Even though Bai Wu Great Sage was ferocious and stubborn, he now felt a faint sense of despair. Han Yang's Yuan Shen transformed back into human form. His face was pale, and his body even swayed slightly. There were more injuries on his Yuan Shen body, but the blood qi in his reverse meridians boiled even more, causing his magic power and sword intent to rise further. Old Lion, I'm not afraid of exchanging injuries with others. If you can't kill me, it will only make me stronger. Han Yang smiled. At least before I kill you, I'll be stronger. Bai Wu Great Sage's face was extremely gloomy, but how could Han Yang, Tang Jun, and the others give him a chance to breathe? Everyone's attacks came crashing down like an avalanche, forcing Bai Wu Great Sage to run for his life. During the battle, Tang Jun's eyes suddenly flickered, but he did not stop moving. He crossed his fists and went to Bai Wu Great Sage's side, punching toward his heart. Pale flames spread around Tang Jun's body, slowing down time and making Bai Wu Great Sage's movements involuntarily slow down. Tang Jun had two fists on his left and right. One of them was burning with a bluish-purple netherworld evil flame, while the other was burning with a needle-like golden true sun fire. The purple qilin on his left roared crazily, while the great sun golden crow on his right spread its wings and soared into the sky. The fiery qilin evil fist and the great sun golden crow divine palm struck toward Bai Tong. Bai Wu was forced into a corner by Zhou Yunsong's eternal sun heavenly explosion and Han Yang's swords of swordplay, and he had nowhere to run. His purple smoke cosmos thunder did not have enough time to protect himself, so he could only try his best to avoid being hit by the attacks on his vital parts. The raging flames exploded, turning into a sea of bluish-purple and golden flames that evaporated almost all the water in the lake beneath them. Baian was on the verge of collapsing. Among the second generation of Xianmen Tianzong, only Huang Zhenting could be mentioned in the same breath with Tang Jun's fleshly body and blood energy. The destructive power of the two great true fires that Swanee Great Saint's fleshly body was not easy to deal with, not to mention that he was already injured. Is something the matter? After Tang Jun's attack succeeded, Han Yang suddenly asked through voice transmission. Tang Jun gave an affirmative answer. I just received a voice transmission from my Aunt Master Aunt. Han Yang did not ask him anything. He nodded nonchalantly and said, then return to the divine land. Something that can distract you must be something extraordinary. As he spoke, Han Yang suddenly put away the sword in his hand, raised his hand up, and said in a deep voice, Thank you, Senior Tai Ching. The ancient sword Tai Ching buzzed and vibrated in the void, then fell down. Han Yang held the ancient sword Tai Ching in his hand, and the ferocious black sword light merged with the clear sword light of the ancient sword Tai Ching. Immediately, sword energy soared into the sky, cutting through the void. The sword light of the ancient sword Tai Ching, which was as vast as the clear sky, turned completely black at this moment, but it was still clear as if it had suddenly turned from day to night. Han Yang swung the sword down, and the sword light illuminated Bai Tong's somewhat despairing face. Tang Jun had always been a straightforward person, so he immediately nodded and said, In that case, I'll leave this place to you. After saying that, he left the battle, nodded at Rosa, and Zhou Yunsong, then went to the other Xianmen Tianzong disciples who had yet to reach the nascent divinity realm and said, I have something to do, so I'll return to the divine land first. You guys go with senior brother Rosa, senior brother Zhou, and junior brother Han. Tan Yunqing, who was in the lead, and the others did not ask where Tang Jun was going. They simply nodded and said, "Go ahead and rest assured." Then Tang Jun broke through the void and disappeared from this world. Behind him, Han Yong wielded the ancient sword Tai Ching and attacked Bai Tong. "There's something unusual in the divine land. It's very likely that it's your father, Tang Wenhua." This was the message Luo Qingwu sent to Tang Jun. Although he was not like Lei Jie, Tang Jun was more or less concerned about Tianqing Taoist, or rather, Tang Wenhua. There was no enmity between him and Tang Wenhua that needed to be settled. To Tang Jun, his impression of Tang Wenhua was complicated yet simple, familiar yet unfamiliar. There was no familial love between them, although his azure flame emperor body came from Tang Wenhua. In Tang Wenhua's eyes, he was nothing more than a work of art, or an artifact. It was undeniable that his current achievements were partly related to Tang Wenhua, but all the hardships of his youth also started from this father that he had almost never met. What Tang Jun cared about was actually his mother. When she was alive, she still missed the man who had suddenly disappeared and abandoned her like a pair of worn-out shoes. The enmity and entanglement were what Tang Jun cared about. At the very least, he wanted to figure out the ins and outs of the matter so that he could give an explanation to his deceased mother. Tang Jun flew all the way back to the Divine Land, and he soon found that Luo Qingwu was waiting for him. "Little Antmaster." When Tang Jun saw Luo Qingwu, he immediately bowed. Luo Qingwu nodded and did not say anything else. She gently clapped her hands. As the void shook, a vast and powerful aura spread out, shaking the universe. A world of creation seemed to have descended and appeared in front of them. This aura of magic power was very familiar to Tang Jun because he had personally encountered it before. A blue-black four-legged cauldron was as heavy as the vast land of the Divine Land, as if it was cast from bronze. The body of the cauldron was engraved with fine patterns depicting the mountains and rivers of the Divine Land, every blade of grass and every tree. All the landform features were there. This was the Dharma treasure of creation, Ding of Shenzhou. Tang Jun had come into contact with this treasure many times when he followed Xiao Yan. Even after he had reached the primordial soul realm, he had personally used this treasure to refine pills under Xiao Yan's guidance. Luo Qingwu pointed her finger, and she and Tang Jun flew into the body of the cauldron. Then Ding of Shenzhou shook slightly in the void and broke through the void, speeding into the distance. Its speed was naturally much faster than Luo Qingwu and Tang Jun's personal flight. At this time, on the road, Luo Qingwu said, "The place we are going to now is by Yun Mountain." Tang Jun's eyes were calm. "By Yun Mountain, Taishu Temple? In that case, he really is the natural-born Taoist who betrayed the Taishu Temple during the Middle Era. Xiao Yan had once fought with him remotely and judged that Tang Wenhua was just an alias and a clone. His real body was someone else. Back then, Lin Feng and Xiao Yan had guessed that such a person could not be a nameless person who had suddenly appeared. Tang Wenhua had been avoiding the search of some strong people, and such a strong person was naturally not at the level of the Lei family. Compared to the strong people whose whereabouts were hard to find and whose identity was mysterious, the natural-born Taoist who betrayed the Taishu Temple during the Middle Era was the most likely candidate. After all, the real body of Mengxian Ningwanga was already known by everyone in Xianmen Tianzong. Xiao Yan had also told some related information about Tang Jun, so now that he heard that Tang Wenhua was related to Bai Yun Mountain, he was basically sure of Tang Wenhua's real identity. Hearing that his tone was calm and his emotions did not fluctuate, Luo Qingwu nodded slowly. He has disappeared for so many years and has been hiding. Now that he has suddenly appeared, there must be a reason. Taishu Temple has been hunting him all these years, but now Baiyun Mountain itself is very empty, although we don't know if there are strong people in the Dharma-ending realm guarding it. The Sea of Linghai is very important, so Taishu Temple will definitely go all out. The strongest strong people guarding the mountain gate will not be stronger than those who were at the time of the war between the two realms. Luo Qingwu said, most likely it is even more empty than before the war between the two realms. Tang Jun nodded and replied, I also think so. For the natural-born Taoist, if he wants to plot against Taishu Temple, this is the best time. His eyes moved slightly, but I don't know what he wants to do. Luo Qingwu sat cross-legged in the air in Ding of Shenzhou. The Xianqie sword, which seemed to be condensed from black ice crystals, was placed across her knees. She said with a smile, our sect has never been on good terms with Taishu Temple. Aunt Xuanli also has to guard against the demon race's return, so the natural-born Taoist probably thinks he can do whatever he wants. We don't have to make a decision in a hurry. After we arrive at Baiyun Mountain, we will act according to the situation. Tang Jun nodded. Yes, disciple understands. Luo Qingwu paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, how is Yun Song? He has just become a nascent divinity not long ago. Normally, after becoming a nascent divinity, he should not be disturbed by the burning sun physique anymore. But if he fights with someone, what will happen? Hearing this, Tang Jun smiled and said, don't worry, martial aunt. Senior brother Zhou can now completely control his burning sun primordial qi. Not only can he control it freely, but there is also no danger of it backfiring. Even his emotions will not be affected. However, he is still cold and quiet. Luo Qingwu nodded and smiled slightly. That's good. Her body gradually floated out of Ding of Shenzhou. She looked at the distant air and thought to herself, I have already acted according to Master's instructions. I wonder what Taishu Temple will do. While Luo Qingwu was thinking, Ding of Shenzhou also quickly broke through the air and moved forward. After an unknown period of time, the scene in front of Luo Qingwu changed. She looked carefully and saw that Ding of Shenzhou had stopped, but it was still hidden in the air. Through the layers of air in the distant divine land of the boundless world, it was the scene of Taishu Temple's mountain gate, Baiyun Mountain. At this moment, Baiyun Mountain was shrouded in smoke, but in the air above the mountain peak, a huge formation was constantly operating. It was the mountain guarding formation of Taishu Temple, the Supreme Void Yin-Yang Formation. The formation was fully activated. Naturally, there was a strong enemy attacking. Chapter 1436. At that moment, in the eyes of Luo Qingwu and Tang Jun, there were black and white air currents swirling around the top of White Cloud Mountain. They covered the entire heaven and earth, forming a huge formation. In the formation, 12 balls of light could be faintly seen. They were born from them, and they could see 12 faintly discernible streams of light shuttling back and forth between heaven and earth. They stretched into the distant void, as though they were connected to the entire divine land. Large amounts of spirit qi also gathered towards the huge formation at the top of White Cloud Mountain from all directions. Luo Qingwu and Tang Jun seemed to feel a pair of eyes appearing in the void above White Cloud Mountain, watching over the boundless world. Outside the formation floated a white cloud. The white cloud looked to be only an acre in circumference, not to mention compared to the vast heaven and earth, even compared to the fully activated Great High Void Yin-Yang Formation. Its surface area was still very small. It looked inconspicuous. However, the sharp rays of golden light that rushed out from the Great High Void Yin-Yang Formation landed on the white cloud. Even though the clouds rolled and rolled, the white cloud never truly dissipated. Even its surface area didn't shrink. Even though she hadn't personally experienced the time when the Yudu race attacked the mountain during the war between the two worlds, Luo Qingwu had seen the traces of light and shadow left by her master, Lin Feng. Therefore, when she saw the great high void yin-yang formation now, she already knew what was going on. As expected, the level of power isn't as great as during the war between the two worlds, and her gaze moved down slightly, and she saw that white cloud mountain was shrouded by the formation. The surrounding clouds had dissipated, and it was still standing on the divine land. Just like West Hill City, White Cloud Mountain's damage is too severe. It can't manifest the great void Nine Heavens Imperial Court now. Also, most of the cultivators guarding Taishu Temple don't have any strong practitioners in the last day's realm. Luo Qingwu nodded in understanding. Other than Tai, one venerable Shoichi Dashin, Dao Venerable Xianwen, and the current Temple Master Lin Daohan, who possesses the Great Void engraving, should have all entered the Spirit Sea. As she pondered, Luo Qingwu's gaze fell on the white cloud that was wrestling with the Supreme Void yin-yang formation. Tang Jun's gaze also fell on it. It was obviously the natural Taoist, or rather, the white cloud formed by Tang when was mana. Although the white clouds were constantly being broken apart during the battle with the Supreme Void yin-yang formation, they were constantly reforming and gradually descending towards the white cloud mountain. Golden light and cloud chi intertwined in the void, revealing a feeling that they knew each other very well. Tianqing Taoist had a good understanding of the great Supreme Void yin-yang formation, and the cultivators of Taishu Temple had the same understanding of Tianqing Taoist. After all, he was also a direct descendant of the Great Void. Back in the medieval era, when Tianqing Taoist defected, he was already an expert in the Dharma-ending realm and one of the few elders of the Taishu Temple. His seniority was even higher than that of Taoist Lord Shoichi Dashin and Lord Xian Yi. Until now, although he had yet to experience any tribulations, his mana and magical powers were indeed superb. The white cloud looked ethereal and light, but it did not stop and continued descending towards the white cloud mountain. As an expert of the grand virtual realm in the Dharma-ending realm, his understanding of Dharma techniques and divine powers was obviously deeper than that of Kuang Heng and the others. Coupled with his deep understanding of the Supreme Void yin-yang formation, he seemed to have the upper hand. Luo Qingwu took a few glances and immediately understood. Our sex deduction and perfection of the Tai and Void incantations triggered the feedback of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The cultivators of White Cloud Mountain's Taishu Temple are not the only ones who benefited. Even Tianqing Taoist has benefited. Although it's not deep enough, it's enough for him to benefit a lot. White Cloud Mountain should have a great advantage in this aspect, but in this case, the advantage is quite limited, especially since the cultivators who are guarding the White Cloud Mountain are not as strong as Tianqing Taoist. Tang Jun stared at the white cloud. Little Marshal, Ant, Tianqing Taoist cultivation seems to be. Luo Qingwu nodded and gave him an affirmative answer. With this benefit, his cultivation is already at the top. Now, he might have the confidence to experience the tribulations. However, even if he succeeds in experiencing the tribulations, he will be in a weakened state for a long time. In that case, he will miss the opportunity for the experts of Taishu Temple to enter the spiritual sea and White Cloud Mountain to be empty like never before. Tang Jun frowned slightly. Even if he is interested in the Haotian mirror like the king of the underworld, the Haotian mirror has entered the spiritual sea and is not in White Cloud Mountain. What is he doing here? As they spoke, the white cloud had already entered the Supreme Void yin-yang formation. The white cloud gradually dispersed, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was extraordinarily handsome, with a mature and peaceful temperament. He was wearing a white robe, and on the lapel of his robe was the symbol of Taishu Temple embroidered with a white cloud. This person's appearance was different from the projection of Tang Wenhua that Tang Jun had seen before. There was almost no similarity in his facial features. However, looking at this person, Tang Jun was almost sure that this person was the same person as Tang Wenhua. Tang Wenhua was a doppelganger refined by this person. As if sensing Tang Jun's gaze, Tiansheng Daoist turned his head and glanced at Luo Qinggu and Tang Jun in the void. Luo Qinggu and Tang Jun sat upright on Ding of Shenzhou, motionless and expressionless. Silently, they were still hidden in the void, looking at White Cloud Mountain. Tiansheng Daoist's smile deepened. It was hard to understand, but his eyes were as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. He turned his head and focused his attention back on the supreme void yin-yang formation. He smiled and said, "Is it you, Kuang Heng, who is presiding over the formation? Your cultivation has improved a lot over the years." As he spoke, mysterious Taishu mystic light flashed on his body. Then he swiped his palm in the void, and a door appeared out of nowhere. This was the first technique of the 9 heavens of Taishu technique, the central heavenly gate. When the door was open, it was the way out. When the door was closed, everything would be cut off. This was the first technique of the 9 heavens of Taishu technique, but it was also a basic technique. When it was used by Tiansheng Daoist, it was full of the mystery of returning to simplicity. The opening of the light door seemed to have opened a door for him to pass through the supreme void yin-yang formation, paving a path for him. Tiansheng Daoist's body shone with mysterious light, blocking the attack of the supreme void yin-yang formation while he stepped into the central heavenly gate. With one step, he was about to land on Baiyun Mountain. Inside the supreme void yin-yang formation, the experts of the Taishu Temple, led by Kuang Heng, saw this scene, and their eyes flickered. Then, the 12 experts of the Taishu Temple all performed the incantation and pointed at Baiyun Mountain from above. Streams of light surged in the formation, and like a rainstorm, black and white intertwined with golden light fell on Baiyun Mountain, shrouding Tiansheng Daoist. At this moment, the White Cloud Mountain suddenly trembled violently. Streaks of spiritual light soared into the sky, intertwining with the rain of light falling from the sky. Tiansheng Daoist was caught in the middle, and his movements slowed down. The Taishu mystic light around him kept shining, but it became dimmer and dimmer under the baptism of the light rain. Tiansheng Daoist's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, "As expected, many arrangements have been made against me. What a pity, what a pity! If only Zhengyi Xuani or the current temple master were here, I would have no choice but to retreat. But Kuang Heng and the rest are not enough." As he spoke, 2 streams of air, one black and one white, flew out from his body and circled around him like 2 angry dragons. The 2 streams of air intertwined around Tiansheng Daoist and gradually turned into a cloud that was half black and half white, surrounding Tiansheng Daoist. Surrounded by the cloud, Tiansheng Daoist's emotionless eyes looked up at the supreme void yin-yang formation above, and a faint golden light flew out from his eyes. The cloud protected him, and the golden light rushed out of the cloud, turning into a vortex, absorbing the light rain that fell on him. Tiansheng Daoist's body was still slowly descending toward Baiyun Mountain. Although his speed was much slower, he was still descending toward Baiyun Mountain. Inside the supreme void yin-yang formation, Kuang Heng and the others saw this and changed their incantation again. The falling light rain gradually gathered and turned into a magnificent light pillar, exerting great pressure on the golden vortex above Tiansheng Daoist's head, and it was about to break through it. The spiritual light rising from Baiyun Mountain also gradually gathered and became more and more condensed, trying to penetrate the black and white cloud that protected Tiansheng Daoist. Tiansheng Daoist looked at this indifferently, but he was still descending. The two sides were in a stalemate, trying to see if Tiansheng Daoist would reach Baiyun Mountain first, or if Quang Hung and the others would break through his protective barrier first. When the black and white cloud was only a foot away from Baiyun Mountain, Quang Hung suddenly raised his hand and threw out a talisman. The talisman flashed in the void and turned into ashes, merging into the huge light pillar that was activated by the supreme void yin-yang formation. The light pillar was no longer as dazzling as before, but it looked more mysterious. Baiyun Mountain shook even more violently, and radiance filled the air. Vaguely, it looked like the 9 heavens of the Taishu Palace. The two worked together, trapping Tiansheng Daoist in the middle. Countless divine runes and talismans flashed, breaking down Tiansheng Daoist's magical barrier. Tiansheng Daoist raised his eyebrows slightly. His opponent's magical power didn't increase by much, but it was more effective in restraining him. He chuckled softly. Tai? Baiyun Mountain was right in front of him, but Tiansheng Daoist's protective barrier could no longer withstand the pressure and began to collapse. Tiansheng Daoist let out a long sigh. His body shook slightly, and, as if he had split into two, another light figure that looked exactly like him appeared on his body. The attacks from the people of Taishu Temple broke through and hit Tiansheng Daoist. The light figure took the attack head-on, but it was shattered. However, Quang Hung and the others frowned. They saw Tiansheng Daoist dodging the attacks like a wisp of smoke, and he still stepped onto Baiyun Mountain. He changed the incantation gesture with his hands. His left hand stood in front of his chest, and his right hand slapped on the peak of Baiyun Mountain. Baiyun Mountain, which was gradually turning into the 9 heavens of the Taishu Palace, immediately calmed down and stood on the divine land. Tiansheng Daoist's body flashed, and he entered the mountain. Chapter 1437. Tiansheng Taoist flashed into the depths of White Cloud Mountain and disappeared in an instant. In the sky above the mountain, Quang Hung and the others frowned in the supreme yin-yang void formation, but they did not panic. They controlled the entire formation and descended to the top of White Cloud Mountain. The formation was still operating at full power, but it was shrinking. It turned into a thick layer of clouds and surrounded White Cloud Mountain again. Luo Qinggu and Tang Jun were outside the mountain. They could only see golden lights flashing in the white clouds from time to time, and surging mana aura coming from within. The spiritual qi of the boundless world was continuously drawn by the supreme yin-yang void formation and gathered here. Tang Jun's eyes flickered slightly. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Tiansheng Taoist. The formation borrowed the power of heaven and earth, and its power was almost endless. Moreover, the void was isolated, and the formation's power was activated to the extreme. Even with Tiansheng Taoist cultivation, he might still be cut off from absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. At that time, one side would be constantly replenished, while the other side would be drained. The balance of power would inevitably change. However, Tiansheng Taoist understood this as well. He still chose to go into the cage. On one hand, he had his reasons, and on the other hand, he had a follow-up method to escape. After a while, White Cloud Mountain, which was shrouded in white clouds, suddenly shook again. Through the thick clouds, one could vaguely see White Cloud Mountain shaking. It was as if something was about to burst out. The next moment, the clouds that shrouded White Cloud Mountain suddenly expanded and became much thinner. Within the white clouds, there seemed to be a faint watery light flowing. At this moment, the clouds seemed to have turned into rain clouds. Tang Jun was slightly startled. Understanding dawned in his eyes. He looked at Luo Qingwu and said, "Little martial ant, could that be?" Luo Qingwu nodded and said, "It's most likely that the spring of Tianyi True Water in Taishu Temple has exploded." With such a disturbance, the supreme yin-yang void formation that shrouded White Cloud Mountain began to shake. Then, a golden light pierced through the layers of clouds, trying to break out. Streams of light flowed continuously in the clouds, and then suddenly solidified. The white clouds looked like a pale gold for a moment. At this moment, the golden light that was about to pierce through the cloud layer was suddenly frozen in the faint golden cloud layer, as if it was assimilated by the cloud layer. The golden light stopped, and at its core, a black and white cloud could be vaguely seen. Within the cloud, the figure of Tiansheng Daoist could be seen. Tiansheng Daoist was holding something in his hand. It was a white alchemy cauldron with patterns of the sun and the moon on its surface. They were obviously inscriptions carved on the body of the cauldron, but it looked like the real sun and moon were rotating, rising and falling. This pill furnace didn't have any magic power or aura coming from it. It was as if it had fallen into silence, just like any other ordinary pill furnace. However, Luo Qingwu and Tang Jun could tell from the rumors that it was a Mahayana-grade magic treasure from the Taishu Temple. It was the Sun-Moon Divine Furnace, one of the greatest alchemy magic treasures in the history of the Divine Land, second only to Ding of Shenzhou. And there seemed to be something else in the Sun-Moon Divine Furnace. Tiansheng Daoist looked back at the people of the Taishu Temple and said with a smile, "I'm just taking back some things I left behind. The Sun-Moon Divine Furnace is just coming with me for the time being. Why are you so entangled?" Kuang Heng's voice came from the cloud layer. "You've taken too many things. It's time for you to return them." Tiansheng Daoist shook his head with a smile and said, "You can't use my things. As for the elixir formula, you can take your time to derive it. Qing Ning is very talented and accomplished in this aspect. As far as I know, you've already restored the golden elixir of the 10 saints, haven't you?" A muffled snort came from the cloud layer. It was from Tao Master Qing Ning. Tiansheng Daoist smiled. With a sway of his body, another figure that looked exactly the same as him appeared. This light figure rushed out of the black and white cloud that protected Tiansheng Daoist and came to the pale golden cloud layer. The light figure flickered and disappeared, but it also opened up a crack in the pale golden cloud layer. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tiansheng Daoist activated the black and white cloud, which turned into a golden light and instantly rushed out of the supreme void yin-yang formation through the crack. This time, the expressions of Kuang Heng and the others in the formation changed slightly. Tiansheng Daoist's means, in addition to the usual methods of the Taishu Temple, were also a bit strange, which made them feel both familiar and strange at the same time. Although the other party failed to break the supreme void yin-yang formation, he succeeded in breaking out of the formation. This time, he went out into the vast sky and the vast sea. Relying on the formation, they couldn't leave White Cloud Mountain to pursue him. Tiansheng Daoist flew all the way out of White Cloud Mountain. As the void trembled, a huge bronze cauldron appeared in front of him, which seemed to be able to freeze the 4 extremes. That big cauldron was Ding of Shenzhou. Seeing Ding of Shenzhou, Tiansheng Daoist's expression became a bit strange. Before he disappeared without a trace, he was the #1 alchemist in the vast land of the Divine Prefecture. Ever since he betrayed the Void Temple and hid his tracks, Tao Master Qing Ning gradually took over his title. How could Tiansheng Daoist not know the magical effect of Ding of Shenzhou? Although he wanted to go back to White Cloud Mountain to get something, if he could get Ding of Shenzhou, he wouldn't fight for the Sun-Moon Divine Furnace. However, Out of fear of the sky-crushing sword, Tianqing Daoist decided to go to White Cloud Mountain instead of Xianmen Tianzong. Just now, he had vaguely sensed the existence of Ding of Shenzhou, Luo Qinggu, and Tang Jun, but in his opinion, Xianmen Tianzong, who didn't get along well with the Taishu Temple, probably wouldn't intervene in the matter between him and the Taishu Temple. Looking at Tang Jun above Ding of Shenzhou, Tianqing Daoist smiled and said, "I've heard a little about your experience in the Lei family, but it was just some training. Plum blossoms are fragrant in the cold. Let's not talk about the body of the Blue Flame Emperor. If you didn't have those experiences when you were young, you wouldn't have the temperament you have now." Silently, Tang Jun looked at this person who was both familiar and strange at the same time. Hearing Tianqing Daoist's words, he tilted his head slightly and said with a strange expression, "Is this the only thing you want to say?" Tianqing Daoist also looked at him without saying anything. Tang Jun's eyes gradually turned cold, and he said, "Then what should I say to my mother? She was still thinking about you until her last breath." After a moment of silence, Tianqing Daoist shook his head with a smile and said, "We are not the same kind of people. What is there to think about?" Tang Jun took a deep breath, and all the emotions in his eyes disappeared. He stared at Tianqing Daoist and nodded without saying anything. Looking at Tianqing Daoist, Luo Qingwu shook her head and said, "Are you wondering why we blocked your way? The internal conflict between you and Taishu Temple is your business. Our sect will not interfere. But the matter between you and Marshal Nephew Tang needs to be settled. You have considered many things and prepared for it, but you seem to lack understanding of people's hearts. That's why you made such a careless and wrong judgment of the situation." Tianqing Daoist smiled and said, "Aren't you interested in the things I'm trying to figure out?" Luo Qingwu smiled faintly and said, "Senior, if you can give Marshal Nephew Tang a satisfactory explanation, I'll let you go. Otherwise, we will have to fight it out with you. If you fail, not only those things you care about, but everything else will be under our control." The smile on Tianqing Daoist's face became more obvious and said, "So you want to capture me alive?" He talked and laughed calmly, but his eyes were as calm as water, without any ripples. Although he could come and go freely from White Cloud Mountain, and even the supreme void yin-yang formation could not do anything to him, the aura around him was obviously much weaker than before. Without the formation to stop him from absorbing the natural energies, he could quickly recover his consumed energy. But at this moment, he still looked weak. Even for Tianqing Daoist, the sudden attack just now was quite a burden. The arrangement made by Taishu Temple to deal with him was not useless. It had forced Tianqing Daoist to try his best. But even so, facing Ding of Shenzhou, Luo Qingwu, and Tang Jun, Tianqing Daoist still looked relaxed. Looking at Luo Qingwu, he shook his head and said with a smile, "Sword, Immortal Master, I know you. You are the direct disciple of the Master of Xianmen. Although you are only at the level of nascent divinity incarnation, your magic power and sword arts are extraordinary. If you use a creation magic treasure, you can indeed fight with me. Let's not talk about your master's heaven-punishing sword. If your Dharma treasure was the celestial heavenly sword from the past, or the great nine heavens godly sword before the gate of heaven was formed, it might really be a problem for me." But the divine land cauldron, Tianqing Daoist smiled and shook his head. Without saying anything more, he pointed at Luo Qingwu. Then, a pure, white beam of light appeared between heaven and earth. One end went into the sky, and the other end went into the depths of the earth, as if it could pierce through 1,000 worlds. It was the supreme demon subduing technique. At the same time, around Luo Qingwu and Ding of Shenzhou, A large amount of black and white air currents intertwined and twisted, making the surrounding space, and time looked like a scroll that was being twisted. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to have turned into the power of yin and yang, and they pressed toward the center together, targeting Luo Qinggu and the others. Another powerful magic of the Taishu Temple, yin and yang crush heaven and earth grind. With the help of the two magic powers, they formed a horizontal and vertical posture, squeezing Luo Qinggu and Ding of Shenzhou in the middle. The power was extremely terrifying. Luo Qinggu didn't panic. She pointed her finger at Ding of Shenzhou, and Ding of Shenzhou shook. Invisible ripples spread out in all directions. These invisible ripples clashed with the two magic powers of Tianqing Taoist, shattering the void for thousands of miles. Neither side gave way to the other, and the battle was not at its climax from the beginning. After using the yin and yang crush heaven and earth grind, and the supreme demon subduing technique, Tianqing Taoist didn't stop. He raised his palm and grabbed at Ding of Shenzhou. His 5 fingertips and the palm of his hand each had a ball of light flickering, drawing upon the power of the world of creation to strengthen them, making them majestic and powerful. The 7th level of the Taishu 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Harmonious 6 Divine Armor Ritual. Chapter 1438. Tianqing Taoist reached out his palm and pushed it at the edge of Ding of Shenzhou. The seemingly calm but actually violent power seemed to shake the entire divine land. Luo Qinggu made a sword gesture with her left hand, and the Zuanshu sword in her right hand stabbed toward Tianqing Taoist. As the sword stabbed out, as the divine prefecture cauldron shook, the entire void of heaven and earth shook. Tianqing Taoist's eyes lit up. He felt as if all the spiritual qi in the entire divine land was being attracted and gathered together. His surroundings were filled with sword qi and sword will. At this moment, even with Tianqing Taoist cultivation, he felt as if the whole world was his enemy. It was as if everything in front of him had disappeared, and the divine land of the boundless world had turned into a long sword, stabbing toward him. This feeling was similar to when the celestial heaven sword drew the sword chi of heaven and earth and turned the boundless world into a sword. But the difference was that the sword will of heaven and earth formed by the celestial heaven sword was as grand as the sky, vast and lofty. As for the sword that Luo Qinggu wielded with the divine prefecture cauldron, it was as heavy as the earth. It was vigorous and condensed to the extreme. As the majestic sword will moved forward, the void shattered and avoided it. Tianqing Taoist used the 6 divine armaments of harmonious heaven to strengthen his divine ability, but when faced with this sword, it was constantly being broken. The power of the world was gradually being broken by the blunt yet irresistible sword edge. Good. Even Tianqing Taoist nodded slightly. As the light on his palm shone, it became mysterious and unpredictable. Under the Taishu mystic light, the sword that Luo Qinggu used to drive Ding of Shenzhou suddenly deviated to the other side. But at this moment, Tianqing Taoist suddenly frowned. He curled a finger on his other hand and turned around to flick it. In the void, an extremely gloomy sword intent, devoid of any light, had already appeared beside Tianqing Taoist, like the deepest darkness. With a flick of Tianqing Taoist's finger, the dark sword intent was instantly shattered, and a figure emerged from within. He held a 9 feet long ancient sword made of pale gold, and was dressed in black. It was none other than Chu Yang. Chu Yang's attack missed. His figure merged with the sword light, and in a flash, he arrived at Ding of Shenzhou. His expression was calm and focused as he stared at Tianqing Taoist. But first, he said to Luo Qinggu, "Luo, fellow cultivator, thank you." Luo Qinggu said, "I don't dare to claim credit for myself. My master has instructed me, so fellow Taoist Chu is being too polite." Chu Yang nodded his head and didn't say anything else. His feelings for Luo Qingwu had always remained in his heart, but the current him wasn't oblivious to the situation. In front of him was a fortuitous opportunity that Lin Feng had pointed out to him. He had to be grateful. Tiansheng Daoist glanced at Chu Yang, and then his eyes fell on the 9-feet-long sword in Chu Yang's hand. Thinking back to the sword Dao that Chu Yang had just used, he instantly understood. Great Nine Heavens godly sword, Northwest nether heavenly sword. Then this should be the 9th heaven sword, right? Tiansheng Daoist stared at the sword in Chu Yang's hand. This is not the manifestation of magical power and sword will, but a real magic treasure that has been refined. The 9-feet-long pale gold long sword in Chu Yang's hand was now flowing with sword light. Even though it didn't look like much, there was still a vast and mighty sword will flowing out. It was as if the 9 heavens and the great Tao of heaven and earth had all manifested here, like a world of creation that encompassed everything. In the divine senses of Tiansheng Daoist, Luo Qingwu, Tang Jun, and the others, they could vaguely feel as if there were great Tao of heaven and earth swirling and gathering in the 9th heaven sword, constantly changing, judging from the power and aura of the magic treasure. In terms of sword will, it was not inferior to the sword that Luo Qingwu had used with Ding of Shenzhou just now. However, Tiansheng Daoist's eyes were very sharp, and he could tell at a glance that the 9th heaven sword in Chu Yang's hand had actually not been completely refined, and it was still half a step away. That distance was like the distance of a piece of paper, but it was still a little bit away from achieving the creation realm. Chu Yang himself was naturally well aware of this fact. In the past, he obtained the sword shadow of the 9th heaven sword, and then he collected the treasures needed to refine the 9th heaven sword. With the help of Xianmen Tianzong, he obtained 8 of them. After the heavenly jade was returned to Xianmen Tianzong, Chu Yang learned from him that the last treasure had always been kept by the Taishu Temple. Later on, with the help of Xianmen Tianzong, the last treasure fell into Chu Yang's hands, and he was finally able to refine the 9th heaven sword. However, the 9th heaven sword had not truly achieved the creation realm, just like the immortal dragon city and the longevity lotus before they broke through the last hurdle. Today, he came here to seek the opportunity to break through the last hurdle. Tiansheng Daoist stared at the 9th heaven sword and felt the sword will within it, and he seemed to have understood something. I see. The 9th heaven against the 9th heaven, the 9 heavens sword of the gate of heaven achieving the creation realm. This last step of opportunity is actually on the Taishu 9 heavens technique of the Taishu Temple. His expression was a little strange, and his eyes flickered slightly. He looked at the 9th heaven sword in Chu Yang's hand without saying a word. However, Luo Qingwu and Tang Jun were on their guard. Ever since they came into contact with Tiansheng Daoist, this was the first time his emotions had really fluctuated. His eyes, which had always been calm like the surface of a lake, were now rippling. First, Tiansheng Daoist's emotions were not calm. However, the next moment, his eyes had returned to normal without any ripples, as if the emotional fluctuations just now had never existed. Tiansheng Daoist laughed and looked at Chu Yang. You're really slippery. After all, the 9th heaven sword had not truly achieved the creation realm. If it were to suffer the Dharma-ending catastrophe from Tiansheng Daoist, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, Chu Yang immediately fell into Ding of Shenzhou after missing his attack. He nodded at Luo Qingwu and sat down with his legs crossed in the void. The 9th heaven sword was placed horizontally on his knees, and his body sank into the body of the huge bronze cauldron. Around Ding of Shenzhou, a large amount of light and airflow rolled together, and gradually a yellowish-brown world appeared, as if it was the land of the divine land. However, under the ground, there was a silent clap of thunder. Waves of majestic sword will shot up into the sky and slashed at Tianqing Daoist. The sword will unfolded in the void, as if the Milky Way was overturned, and fell toward Tianqing Daoist. In the Milky Way, countless strange phenomena appeared. Round after round of dazzling golden suns rose from the surface of the river, illuminating the heaven and earth. Under the river, countless dark shadows flickered, turning into boundless darkness like an abyss. On the surface of the water, there were huge furnaces floating, using the lives of the people as fuel and the world as the furnace. White lotuses bloomed one after another, instantly covering the surface of the river. Many figures walked on the surface of the river, full of righteousness, and the sound of chanting could be heard. There were even Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who floated up from the river, surrounded by condensed glazed lights, showing the true meaning of tranquility and wisdom. There was a true green dragon moving up and down in the water, spitting out streams of green flames. There was a primordial black tortoise, which looked like a turtle and a snake entrenched at the bottom of the water. It was also the remains of a black tortoise that the ancient heavenly gate had excavated, and it was integrated into the sword will. In the Milky Way, there was a faint blood-red light, and white clouds and mist lingered, showing the wonders of the world. Wherever the river passed, it seemed to pass through the heavens and realms, layers of time and space, and other great Tao mysteries were integrated into it. And then it fell toward Tianqing Daoist. Tianqing Daoist's eyes flickered, and he activated the great void mystic light. As the Milky Way swayed, it brushed past him, while Tianqing Daoist himself approached Ding of Shenzhou again. He opened his palms, and rays of golden light and yin and yang qi manifested together, forming a world of creation, which turned into the wonderland of Shintian and pressed down on the land of light and shadow formed by Ding of Shenzhou. The two sides collided in the void. Luo Qingwu sat at the edge of Ding of Shenzhou, looking calm, and made a horizontal posture with the Xianqie sword. Under her control, Ding of Shenzhou completely gave up the intention to attack at this moment, and focused on defense, making it difficult for Tianqing Daoist to get any closer. At the same time, a ray of sword light shot out from the bronze cauldron again, which turned into the Milky Way and swept toward Tianqing Daoist. Together with Ding of Shenzhou, one defended, and the other attacked. They cooperated very well. Tianqing Daoist smiled, and mysterious light flashed around him. This time, he took the blow of the ninth heaven sword head-on. Chu Yang suddenly felt that he was losing control of the ninth heaven sword. The next moment, as expected, as the mysterious light flashed, the ninth heaven Milky Way sword light suddenly changed direction and fell on the world manifested by Ding of Shenzhou. Luo Qingwu, Chu Yang, and Tang Jun didn't look surprised. They had some understanding of the Tianqing mystic light. In a sense, the mighty cultivators of the Taishu Temple, who had cultivated the Tianqing mystic light, were one of the people who were least afraid of being besieged. As long as they didn't exceed a certain limit, the number of opponents at the same level didn't make much difference to them, and they could even take advantage of their opponent's strength. As the highest crystallization of the nine heavens of Taishu technique, although it was completely suppressed by Lin Feng's changing heaven and earth, it still couldn't hide its elegance. However, Tianqing Daoist's idea of using a spear to attack a shield was destined to fail. The sword momentum of Ding of Shenzhou and Luo Qingwu was only withstanding the attack of Chu Yang and the ninth heaven sword. They didn't take the attack head-on, and neither did they counterattack. They just endured it silently. At this moment, Ding of Shenzhou was like a vast and boundless land, silently bearing the weight of everything in the world. It also had the ability to bear all of this. The ninth heaven sword's attack resonated with the divine land cauldron in a strange way, as if they had formed a complete world. The sky was above, and the earth was below. It was extremely balanced, harmonious, and natural. The next moment, the world that seemed to have merged into one expanded and pressed down on Tianqing Daoist. Seeing this, Tianqing Daoist raised his eyebrows slightly. Mysterious light flowed around him, and he dodged to the other side to avoid the crushing of the world. The power of balance gradually dissipated, and it was divided into the power of Ding of Shenzhou and the sword light of the Ninth Heaven Sword. However, Chu Yang didn't seem to have learned his lesson. He activated the Ninth Heaven Sword again, and another sword light flew out from the mouth of the cauldron, slashing down on Tianqing Daoist. Chapter 1439. Chu Yang didn't seem to have learned his lesson. He continued to wield the Ninth Heaven Sword, and the sword light fell toward Tianqing Taoist. Tianqing Taoist didn't show any contempt in his eyes, because he could clearly feel that Chu Yang's sword seemed to have changed a little compared to before. In terms of strength, there was no improvement, but in terms of the artistic conception, there seemed to be some subtle changes. It was as if something was about to break out of the ground. Understanding the artistic conception was the turning point for the Ninth Heaven Sword to become a creation. Tianqing Taoist naturally knew that it was because of the contact with his great void light that the Ninth Heaven Sword had undergone such a change. With just one contact, the barriers seemed to have loosened a little. The opportunity for the Ninth Heaven Sword to become a creation was no longer an illusion, but something close at hand. Seeing the sword light of the Ninth Heaven Sword getting brighter and brighter, Tianqing Taoist's eyes became more and more serene. With a slight shake of his body, he went into the illusory realm of reality, as if he had left this world. Although his figure could still be seen clearly, he couldn't be felt. This was the great way of the Taishu Temple, the infinite change. In Ding of Shenzhou, Chu Yang looked serious and focused. He made a sword gesture, and the sword light of the Ninth Heaven Sword vibrated and became illusory. The heavenly river seemed to have left this world as well, but it still accurately locked on to Tianqing Taoist and slashed at him. Tianqing Taoist's expression didn't change. A ray of light appeared on his forehead like a bright mirror. Under the mirror light, the sword light fell on the sword light of the Ninth Heaven Sword. The mirror light was like a gaze, which contained thousands of emotions: sorrow, pity, love, joy, anger, and hatred. It looked at everything in front of it, as if the happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy of tens of thousands of creatures in the world were gathered together and pressed down. In this will, there was a great will that was neither sad nor happy, neither angry nor resentful, tranquil, but controlling and dominating everything. Emotions and emotionlessness merged into one, hard to distinguish. It was like the way of heaven above, with boundless love, but also emotionless and without desire, calmly watching over all living beings. Under the mirror light, the heavenly river formed by the sword light seemed to slow down a little, but it still rushed forward, rushing toward Tianqing Taoist. At this moment, Tianqing Daoist took a step forward, leaving the illusory state and returning to the real world. Then he ascended step by step and used the art of ascending to heaven, narrowly dodging the sword light. Ding of Shenzhou manifested layers of light and shadows like the silent earth. Streams of yellow airflow spread in all directions, enveloping the surrounding space and vaguely surrounding Tianqing Taoist. Tianqing Daoist didn't mind. Although Ding of Shenzhou and the Ninth Heaven Sword were working together, he could still deal with them. Although he was a little weak now because he had entered and exited the great formation of Yin-Yang of the Void twice, it would not be easy for Luo Qingwu and Chu Yang to defeat him, let alone kill or capture him alive. The Ninth Heaven Sword was not a complete creation, and Ding of Shenzhou was not a treasure refined by Luo Qingwu. Although the two of them were strong, there was still a gap between the operation. If Tianqing Daoist continued to fight patiently, it was not impossible for him to break out of the siege. However, it was undoubtedly very disadvantageous for Tianqing Daoist to stay here for a long time, not to mention whether the cultivators of the Taishu Temple would come after him. The sky-crushing sword alone was enough to make Tianqing Daoist vigilant. Xian Li staying in the vast thousand world was like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of all the opponents of Xianmen Tianzong, who could deliver a fatal blow at any time. Especially now that the Yuan Dragon King had been defeated and returned to the mysterious sea, Xian Li, who had no one to contain, was a more obvious threat. Moreover, although Shi Tianhao didn't participate in the pursuit of the great sage Zhu Yan and Shunlong King but went to the underworld sea, no one could guarantee that he and Xiao Yan, who was already in the underworld sea, would not return to the divine land. Tianqing Daoist had been living in seclusion for a long time, but he had always been diligent in collecting information from the outside world. He had heard that the king of the underworld, Wu Mingqi, and the others were restraining Xiao Yan in the underworld sea, but he didn't know the specific situation. For him, this was a threat that he had to consider. It would be disadvantageous for him if he continued to delay. Therefore, Tianqing Daoist glanced at Ding of Shenzhou, then suddenly put his palms together, and the Taishu mystic light appeared again. The mysterious, indescribable, and inscrutable radiance enveloped him, deflecting the sword light of the ninth heaven sword. Then Tianqing Daoist's body swayed slightly, and another light shadow that looked exactly like him appeared. The light shadow disappeared in a flash, and the boundaries of Ding of Shenzhou that covered the four corners of the dome also broke apart soundlessly. Tianqing Daoist's body flickered, and he turned into a flowing light, rushing out to escape. On Ding of Shenzhou, Luo Qingwu stared at Tianqing Daoist's figure, and suddenly said, "Tiansan, keep Ding of Shenzhou under control." Although Tang Jun didn't understand, he still did as he was told. He was very familiar with Ding of Shenzhou, and similarly, Ding of Shenzhou was no stranger to him. Under the guidance of his master, Xiao Yan, Tang Jun even used this treasure to refine pills. Usually, when Xiao Yan refined pills, Tang Jun also helped him out. Strictly speaking, he was even more familiar with Ding of Shenzhou than Luo Qingwu. Tang Jun operated Ding of Shenzhou, almost maintaining the boundaries of the four corners. Large amounts of airflow and radiance flashed, and the broken boundaries healed rapidly. It was as if the cracked earth after an earthquake was closing up again, trying to trap Tianqing Daoist. Tianqing Daoist's expression didn't change. Great void mystic light flashed around him, and the black and white gas turned into protective clouds, protecting him all the way out. But at this moment, Luo Qingwu suddenly raised her hand, and a beam of golden light shot up into the sky. As soon as the light appeared, Tianqing Daoist's heart sank. He felt an extremely scorching sensation, one that was as hot as the sun in the sky. It felt even hotter than the sun in the sky. At Tianqing Daoist's level of cultivation, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of coldness and heat. He couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to. One could only imagine the power in the light. Tianqing Daoist didn't even need to turn his head to feel the boundless power in the light, like the vast power of a world of creation. It might not be as vigorous and heavy as Ding of Shenzhou, but it was extremely young and pure. It was another Dharma treasure of fortune. This woman has a pure Yin body, and she's using a secret art to conceal it. Even I was wrong about her. Tianqing Daoist came to a realization. He scanned with his divine sense and saw Luo Qingwu raise one of her hands, holding up something that looked like the sun, but even hotter. Chu Yang and Tang Jun didn't even dare to look at it directly, or they would feel a piercing pain in their divine sense, just like how mortals looked at the sun with their naked eyes. Tiansheng Taoist could see that it was a golden pearl, pure, without any impurities. This pearl also didn't have any yin qi, and all it had was the purest yang qi. This was the creation treasure embryo that had been nurtured in the yin-yang ocean under Mount Kunlun. Not long ago, this creation treasure embryo finally matured. After being personally refined by Lin Feng, it became the strongest treasure of pure yang in the history of the great heaven primordial world. It was called the Nine-Yang Brilliant Pearl, the power of extreme yang, the power of extreme heat, had reached the level of creation and surpassed the leader of the nine luminaries, the sun. Luo Qingwu's lips curled into a smile. Looking at Tiansheng Taoist, she waved her hand, and the Nine-Yang Brilliant Pearl shot towards Tiansheng Taoist's descendant. Even the falling sun couldn't compare to this terrifying and violent momentum. Tiansheng Taoist sighed and stopped moving. The Taishu mystic light around him became even more mysterious and ethereal. Even the black and white clouds protecting him lost their original colors and looked like the Taishu mystic light. The Nine-Yang Brilliant Pearl flashed in the light and slightly changed direction, brushing past Tiansheng Taoist. However, Tiansheng Taoist still felt the heat wave coming at him. More importantly, Chu Yang activated the ninth heaven sword, and another sword ray followed closely behind. The Taishu mystic light flashed, and the sword ray deviated from the original path, slashing towards the Nine-Yang Brilliant Pearl instead. The two clashed in the void. The Nine-Yang Brilliant Pearl flew back, while the sword ray was destroyed. However, Tiansheng Taoist frowned, not only because he felt the sword intent of the ninth heaven sword surging, but also because he noticed that his Taishu mystic light had melted a lot when he came into contact with the Nine-Yang Brilliant Pearl. The originally mysterious and unpredictable Taishu mystic light lost its mysterious artistic conception and exploded with shocking light. It was gloomy and cold, as if it was a pure yin qi. This pure yin and cold light eliminated the yang qi of the Nine-Yang Brilliant Pearl, but it was also destroyed and couldn't turn back into the Taishu mystic light. Luo Qingwu flew up and withdrew the profound clarity sword. She formed a spell with one hand and placed it in front of her chest, while the other hand held the Nine-Yang Brilliant Pearl in the air, blocking Tiansheng Taoist's path. Meanwhile, on Ding of Shenzhou, Tang Jun was sitting cross-legged, activating this creation magic treasure. It manifested layers of boundaries and sealed the world again. Inside the bronze cauldron, Chu Yang roared and manifested his Yuan Shen incarnation. A 9 feet 9 inches long and 6 inches wide broadsword appeared beside the ninth heaven sword. The surface of the blade was engraved with golden inscriptions, and there were blood red and white patterns on the inscriptions. A mysterious light flowed continuously on the blade, and it was as blue as water, like the Milky Way. This long sword combined with the ninth heaven sword and let out a loud sword chime. Rays of sword light rushed out from Ding of Shenzhou and slashed towards Tiansheng Taoist. Tiansheng Taoist's eyes turned solemn. The situation in front of him was tricky even for him. Luo Qingwu formed a spell and waved her hand. The Nine-Yang Brilliant Pearl once again shot towards Tiansheng Taoist, joining forces with Ding of Shenzhou and the ninth heaven sword to attack their opponent. Although the battle between the two was taking place in the void, it also startled the others in the vast 1,000 domains. However, before they could react further, there was a huge tremor in the distant infinite wasteland. Echoing the tremor, on the divine land, the white cloud mountain that had just been stirred up by Tiansheng Taoist was once again shaken without warning. Chapter 1440. Even Tiansheng Taoist was surprised by the commotion. He looked in the direction of Baiyun Mountain with a scrutinizing and playful gaze. Chu Yang and Tang Jun did the same. Then they realized that Luo Qingwu's expression was a little strange. Fellow, Luo? Chuyang hesitated for a moment before asking. Luo Qingwu let out a long sigh. It's not just by Yun Mountain. There's movement in Tianhuang mainland too. It's not a coincidence. The two are connected. Chuyang and Tang Jun both frowned. Luo Qingwu muttered to herself in her heart. So this is what Master meant when he said that. But why? She snapped out of her reverie and glanced at Chuyang before looking at Tang Jun silently. She said, the changes started when martial nephew Tianjin killed Taishu Temple disciple Chen Xingyu. Ah, Chuyang and Tang Jun were both dumbfounded. Both of them were calm and experienced people who could remain calm even in the face of a landslide. Yet, they were also stunned at this moment. They were very familiar with the martial nephew Tianjin that Luo Qingwu mentioned. He was Xianmen Tianzong's second-generation successor disciple, Zhou Yunsong, who was on par with Tang Jun. Although the reason for Zhou Yunsong's killing of Chen Xingyu was unknown, and the process was unclear, they were not too surprised by the outcome. Zhou Yunsong was one of the best among Xianmen Tianzong's second-generation successor disciples. He was one of the 3 most powerful cultivators in terms of combat skills. Currently, there were very few cultivators in the primordial spirit incarnation realm who could be his match, and almost all of them were from the same sect as him. Chen Xingyu possessed the absolutine body and was born in the direct lineage of the Taishu Temple. He was publicly recognized as the most outstanding figure among his generation of Taishu Temple cultivators. He might be able to put up a fight against Zhou Yunsong, but not only Zhou Yunsong's fellow disciple Tang Jun, even Chuyang favored Zhou Yunsong. However, the fact that Zhou Yunsong's killing of Chen Xingyu had caused such a huge commotion was unbelievable to them. After all, whether it was Zhou Yunsong or Chen Xingyu, no matter how powerful their magical powers were, they had their limits. After all, they were only cultivators in the primordial spirit incarnation realm, not experts in the Dharma ending realm or even higher realms. This was really beyond their expectations. Compared to this, the fact that Chen Xingyu had suddenly fought with Zhou Yunsong, causing the most outstanding cultivator of the younger generation in Taishu Temple to fall just like that seemed rather insignificant. The reason why Chen Xingyu had fought with Zhou Yunsong and how Zhou Yunsong had killed him could be discussed later. The outcome of their battle and the drastic change in heaven and earth that had been triggered were the more pressing matters at hand. Chuyang could not ask directly, so Tang Jun sent a telepathic message to Luo Qingwu. Little Ant Master, what exactly is going on? Luo Qingwu said. The commotion over there is also related to Baiyun Mountain. I'm afraid that there are traces of a plan behind all of this. At this point, Luo Qingwu paused for a moment before continuing. There's no need to worry. Although the changes are somewhat unexpected, it's still within Master's calculations. It's just that I personally feel that it's a little hard to grasp. At this moment, somewhere in the demon realm of infinite mainland, Luo Qingwu's Yin spirit clone was also muttering to herself. So this is what happened. She looked into the distance, where the broken void told everyone that a huge battle had just taken place. It was a battle between essence, soul, realm cultivators. Such a huge battle had caused the surroundings of infinite mainland to be in a mess. However, compared to the battlefield, what was more eye-catching was that a beam of light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the blue sky, and disappearing into the endless void, disappearing without a trace. That beam of light was half black and half white. There was a faint figure in the black half of the beam of light. He had handsome features and was cultured and refined, but his expression was vaguely cold. In the white half of the beam of light, there was a young man hovering in the air. He looked cold and surprised as he stared at the opponent in front of him. It was the second-generation legacy disciple of Xianmen Tianzong, Zhou Yunzong. The person in front of him was naturally Chen Xingyu. However, in the process of fighting earlier on, Chen Xingyu's essence soul had already been completely burned by Zhou Yunzong. However, the sudden appearance of the huge beam of light did not disperse Chen Xingyu's essence soul for the time being. He and Zhou Yunzong looked at each other. In that calm and indifferent gaze, there was a faint, strange color. It seemed to be regret, relief, and joy. There were conflicting emotions in his eyes, but they appeared at the same time. Luo Qingwu looked at Chen Xingyu in silence. Although his brilliance was gradually overshadowed by the legacy of Xianmen Tianzong, it was widely acknowledged that he was the strongest cultivator among the younger generation of Taishu Temple. Excluding the legacy of Xianmen Tianzong, there were only a few cultivators in the essence soul embodiment realm who could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Excluding Shi Xingyun, who was in a special situation, the only one who could defeat Chen Xingyu was Chu Yang, who was currently working together with Luo Qingwu. Even though Xiao Zhan had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few years and had many interactions with Xiaoyan, she still did not dare to say that she was 100% confident. He was the only direct disciple of the current temple master of Taishu Temple, Lin Daohan. At the same time, he was also the strongest cultivator among his generation, apart from another young cultivator of Taishu Temple named Gua Chaoyang. No one in his generation could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Chen Xingyu undoubtedly had a bright future ahead of him. His rise even made people vaguely see the shadow of Lin Daohan in the past. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely become a mainstay of the new generation of Taishu Temple. Since a long time ago, he had been groomed to be the successor of the new temple master. However, such a talented cultivator had fallen at the hands of Zhou Yunzong. Luo Qingwu had witnessed what had happened with her own eyes. Chen Xingyu had suddenly appeared in Infinite Wilderness Land and revealed a piece of news that Zhou Yunzong could not refuse. He had asked to meet Zhou Yunzong alone. Even in Xianmen Tianzong, only a few people knew that Zhou Yunzong had encountered a catastrophe before he was brought back to the mountain by Zhu Yi and Yang Qing in the past. All his neighbors in his hometown had died, and he was the only survivor. However, no one knew the culprit. When Zhu Yi, Yang Qing, and the others went back to investigate, they found that everything had changed, and it was difficult to determine the truth. This matter had always been the deepest thorn in Zhou Yunzong's heart. For many years, he would search for it every time he left the mountain. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. However, today, he suddenly found the shocking truth. I did it. This was the answer that Chen Xingyu gave to Zhou Yunzong. It was not a lie because he could provide countless details and verify it with Zhou Yunzong's own memories. It was difficult for those who were not involved to know about these things. There was no need to talk about what happened next. Luo Qingwu looked at Chen Xingyu, whose divine soul was about to disappear in the black pillar of light. She felt that she could not see through his thoughts at all. Initially, I thought that the cultivators of Taishu Temple wanted to harm Yun Kong Master ordered me to look after Yunzong, and even had Aunt Xuanli accompanying him to ensure that nothing would go wrong. However, I did not expect that if Chen Xingyu died in Yunzong's hands, such a change would occur. Or, between the two of them, regardless of who lives and who dies, as long as the other party ends their lives, such a situation will occur? Countless questions flashed through Luo Qingwu's mind. But Chen Xingyu was clearly not Yunzong's match. Yet, he dared to go alone, and even angered Yun Kong. Such an action is equivalent to suicide. What was the reason that forced him to take such a step? If it was his master, Lin Daohan, who ordered him to go to Taishu Temple, Then why did he look like he was completely willing to endure it? That regretful emotion, was it because he could not win against Yun Song and not because he regretted his own death? Not to mention Luo Qinggu. After Zhou Yunsong's anger gradually subsided, he was also at a loss. He looked at Chen Xingyu, unable to understand what he was thinking. Chen Xingyu obviously had no intention of explaining. At this moment, even if he wanted to, he could not do so. The light shadow formed by the divine soul gradually dissipated, and on the face that was about to disappear, a strange smile appeared. Zhou Yunsong frowned. His attention fell on the pillar of light that enveloped him and Chen Xingyu. Now, it seemed that the key to the problem was here. As soon as the pillar of light enveloped him, Zhou Yunsong already felt that he could not break free even with his divine sense and Dharma power. A beam of light that was half black and half white shot into the sky. Other than where Zhou Yunsong and Chen Xingyu were in the vast land of Tianhuang, at the same time, in the vast land of the Divine Continent, the clouds around White Cloud Mountain had all dispersed and a huge beam of light shot into the sky. That pillar of light was also half black and half white, exactly the same as the one that enveloped Zhou Yunsong in the vast land of Infinite Wasteland. On the top of White Cloud Mountain, Kuang-hung and other elders of Taishu Temple stood around the black and white pillar of light, looking slightly excited. Although Taoist Tiansheng had just caused a ruckus, the people of the Taishu Temple were all in high spirits. The previous chaos didn't seem so important anymore. Tao Master Qing Ning let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Uncle Tai's deduction is correct. Our Dharma access has worked." Kuang Hung said, "It's still too early to say. We've only taken the first step. Whether we'll succeed or not is still unknown. It's hard to predict what will happen next, so we can't relax." Everyone around nodded. Kuang Hung looked at the black and white pillar of light and then turned to look at a cold woman beside him. It was Tao Master Yuyuan, also the highest elder of Taishu Temple. Tao Master Yuyuan nodded and did not speak. He used one hand to pinch the Dharma access, changing it continuously, and the other hand raised a talisman. The talisman flew up and fell into the black and white pillar of light. Suddenly, an image of a person appeared in the light, swaying and faintly discernible. Two pillars of light rose in the boundless world, shaking the heavenly yuan as if they were leading to the endless void. Then, faint streams of light flashed between heaven and earth. It was the radiance of the Great Way, which came from the Spirit Sea. At this moment, the Spirit Sea, which was closely connected to the boundless world, seemed to be closer. The barrier between it and the creation world became much thinner, as if the two worlds were about to overlap. Chapter 1441. On White Cloud Mountain, Kuang Hung stared at the black and white light pillar and kept changing his hand seals. Beside him, Tao Master Qingning and the others did the same. Tao Master Yuyuan waved her sleeve, and a round ancient mirror appeared in her arms. The ancient mirror was only a spirit-nurturing grade Dharma treasure. However, after the mirror light shot out and merged with the black and white light pillar, the vague figure in the light pillar suddenly became clear. It was an extremely handsome, flawless man. He looked calm and had a noble temperament. He was like the lonely moon in the sky, cold and lonely. There was a pattern that looked like a full moon between his eyebrows. It was constantly changing, showing the changes of the moon and the moon. Other than Tao Master Yuyuan, who was holding the mirror, the others bowed to the man, silently with Kuang Hung as their leader. The man's silhouette gradually disappeared into the black and white pillar of light. Streams of light soared into the sky and merged into the void. At the same time, a similar scene was happening on Infinite Mainland. Chen Xingyu's figure had completely disappeared, and Zhou Yunsong also felt that his body was involuntarily being pulled up by the half-black and half-white light pillar, and it was difficult to stop it. Seeing this, Luo Qingwu's in-spirit doppelganger turned to look at Xian Li and said, "Aunt Xian Li, the sword that Master prepared for you is going to come in handy now." She paused for a moment and continued, "However, it should only take one sword." Xian Li looked up at the end of the black and white light pillar. Her usually cold and indifferent expression changed slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Upon hearing this, she retracted her gaze and looked straight at Luo Qingwu. Luo Qingwu nodded and said, "Master said that if something really happens, we only need to ensure Marshal Nephew Tianjin's safety. We don't need to care about anything else." She said softly, "Although I don't know if the change in front of us is within Master's expectations. Since he said so, let's deal with it by not changing." Luo Qingwu was not someone who did not know how to adapt. In fact, she was very good at adapting to changing circumstances, but she never thought that she was clever. Lin Feng's message vaguely made her feel that there was something more to it. Therefore, although the current development was somewhat unexpected, she still decided to strictly follow Lin Feng's instructions. When Xian Li heard this, she didn't say anything. She raised her hand, and a long sword appeared in her hand. As she raised her sword, the entire great thousand world was filled with wails. The evil energy of heaven and earth gathered together to form a terrifying sword edge that could destroy the world. Then Xian Li swung her sword, and a fierce sword light suddenly rose to the sky and slashed at the black and white light pillar. The black and white pillar of light trembled as if it was about to collapse. However, affected by this, water suddenly gushed out from the end of the black and white light pillar. It was silent and seemed to have no color. It was neither black nor white, and it was hard to describe. The water looked ordinary, but it seemed to be the most terrifying existence in the world. Not only did it destroy all life, but it also seemed to be able to destroy the creation of the world. Everything in the world, including the creation of the world itself, was about to be destroyed. All spiritual energy and all principles were destroyed. When Luo Qingwu saw it, she blurted out, "The water of the Dead Sea." Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, she knew that it was one of the 7 seas of heaven origin, the most mysterious Dead Sea. Xian Li, who was beside her, had benefited from the water of the Dead Sea. Xian Li's eyes burst out with an astonishing brilliance at this moment. It was extremely dazzling. Just her gaze alone was enough to cause the void to collapse. The terrifying sword light and the invisible and colorless water intertwined in the world, causing the boundaries of the great thousand world to completely shatter and become distorted. Luo Qingwu called out, "Aunt Xian Li?" Xian Li gently furrowed her brows, but in the end, she restrained herself and did not attack again. The dissipated black and white light pillar shook in the world and then reformed. It was like a heavenly pillar that shot up to the sky. The terrifying water of the Dead Sea, which seemed to be able to turn everything into nothingness, also disappeared at this moment, as if it had never appeared. All that was left was the shattered void of the world, proving that a terrifying collision that could destroy heaven and earth had once taken place here. And because of this, Zhou Yunsong regained his freedom. He took the opportunity to escape from the black and white light pillar and flew all the way to Xian Li and Luo Qingwu's side. His expression was complicated, and he even forgot to greet Xian Li and Luo Qingwu. He was usually cold and indifferent, but at this moment his expression was a little sluggish. He looked at the black and white light pillar that had disappeared into the void. Thousands of thoughts appeared in his mind, and there seemed to be countless intertwining images in his mind, flashing nonstop. Xian Li's eyes were fixed on the end of the black and white light pillar, and there seemed to be a little strange in her eyes. It was not hostile, but it was also extremely complicated and indescribable. Luo Qinggu glanced at Zhou Yunsong and sighed inwardly. She also looked at the void and said thoughtfully, "Master, did I do the right thing?" Behind them, the space crack opened, and Han Yang, Ing Rosa, Tan Yunqing, and the others arrived one after another. They were shocked by the scene in front of them. On White Cloud Mountain in the Divine Land, Kuang Heng and the others seemed to feel the changes in the infinite wilderness through the black and white light pillar in front of them. Kuang Heng said in a low voice, "The most difficult part is over. Now, there should be no external forces to disturb us. Let's just wait and see if the situation develops as we expected." There was some worry in Dao Master Qingning's eyes. Is it because Lin Feng is not here and the sky-crushing sword has reached its limit? Or do they have other plans? Kuang Heng's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He said indifferently, "Either way is fine. At this time, we can only go on the original path. No matter what the result is, it will not be worse than now. It is always a good thing that we can carry out our own plan. Even if they have other plans, we will have to fight with brute force in the end." Dao Master Qingning nodded and said no more. Dao Master Yuan was still indifferent, and his eyes were cold. His attention was always on the black and white light pillar. At this moment, the boundaries of the boundless world were constantly shaking, and even the spirit sea that was closely connected to the boundless world was shaking. But then, all the creatures in the boundless creation realm suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger. No matter where they were, no matter how high their cultivation was, from experts in the primordial soul realm to experts in the Dharma-ending realm to ordinary people, they all felt a sense of fear deep in their hearts. Even the beasts without much intelligence, as well as the plants and trees, trembled in fear. The mountains, the sun, the moon, the rivers, the lakes, the seas, everything in the world, whether they had intelligence or not, whether they were alive or not, seemed to come alive at this moment, giving rise to a feeling of fear. The feeling of fear enveloped the entire boundless world, as if it was everywhere, around the boundless world, in the endless void, in the worlds of the heavens, in the foreign space. Everything had the same feeling. Even the dragon clan in the mysterious sea, the Xianmen Tianzong cultivators in the Yingxi, and all the creatures in the void battlefield could feel the fear that seemed to rise from the depths of their souls. In the overlapping boundless world and the spirit sea, there seemed to be a third world vaguely appearing. This world, like the world of the spirit sea, was closely attached to the boundless creation realm. There was no gap, and they were closely interdependent. At this moment, the barriers between the subjugation world, the boundless creation realm, and the spirit sea gradually disappeared, as if they were about to completely merge together. However, that world was silent and dead. In the silence, it seemed to contain the greatest horror in the world. Streams of light flashed continuously, and the mournful wails of the great Tao of heaven and earth had disappeared. It became softer, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it became even darker. However, this world didn't really merge with the boundless creation realm. In the spirit sea, the Haoqian mirror that was in a stalemate with the Book of Destruction suddenly shone brightly. The light that was everywhere actually gathered into a single line. That line of light was so dazzling that it seemed as if everything in the world had disappeared, leaving only this line of light. Everyone's gaze was attracted by this line of light. At this moment, the top strong practitioners of the heaven primordial world were gathered in the spirit sea. Although they couldn't feel the tremors of the boundless world, they could clearly feel the minute changes in the spirit sea. Sun Mirage Yudu, the monkey, the Yuan Dragon King, the king of the underworld, and even the enchantress, who had been severely injured and suppressed by Lin Feng, were all shaken. This feeling, could it be the Dead Sea? The silent world that was so closely merged with the spirit sea and the boundless creation realm was the most mysterious of the 7 seas of heaven primordial world. The Dead Sea, the beam of light from the Haotian mirror seemed to open up a path for the Dead Sea, and the vast water of the Dead Sea surged out from it. The light of the great Tao of heaven and earth in the spirit sea, and the meridians all dimmed at this moment. The world sank into an unprecedented tremor. For an instant, everyone felt as if they were about to be expelled from the spirit sea. Even Lin Feng's process of refining the spirit sea through the primordial golden lamp was interrupted by the tremor. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Sun Mirage Yudu and the Yuan Dragon King looked at each other subconsciously. Does the Taishu Temple want to go their separate ways? In the whole world, the Spirit Sea was the only place that could isolate the Dead Sea. Here, even the Dharma-ending calamity and the collapse of the great Tao couldn't be executed. As the sea of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the Spirit Sea and the Dead Sea, which was the end of all living things, were extreme opposites. If the Dead Sea flowed into the Spirit Sea, the result would be unimaginable. This was something that everyone was well aware of, but who would have thought that this scene was actually happening? The Spirit Sea and the Spirit Sea are isolated, and the cultivators of the Taishu Temple outside can't possibly know whether Tai and the rest have the upper hand or not. So why would they use such a method to injure each other? Unless this was their plan from the start, but that's obviously impossible. Countless guesses appeared in the king of the underworld's mind. Or do they have the ability to contact their fellow sect members outside the Spirit Sea? If that's not the case, what are they planning? The Dead Sea, the Dead Sea, the Dead Sea. The king of the underworld's mind trembled slightly, and shock also appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Lin Feng looked at this scene, and the world of the Spirit Sea that looked like it was about to overturn rivers and seas. His gaze was solemn, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 1442. In the scene before them, the Dead Sea and the Spirit Sea, the strongest of the 7 seas of Tianyuan, seemed to have been connected at this moment and were about to merge together. A black and white pillar of light could be vaguely seen, connecting the 2 opposing forces of heaven and earth. The faintly discernible crack in the Dead Sea looked quiet and deep. It was hard to imagine that it contained the most terrifying destructive power in the world. The thousands of calamities in the Netherworld Sea were already extremely ferocious, bringing an apocalyptic natural disaster to the vast 1,000 domains. However, no matter how violent and short the destruction was, there was still a process to speak of. However, the deep and serene water of the Dead Sea seemed to destroy everything the moment it came into contact with it. The distance of space and the passage of time seemed pale and powerless in the face of this power of the end. They were destroyed along with everything else in an instant. Lord Tai, Shoichi Dashin, Lord Xuani, Lin Daohan, and the others were gathered together at this time. They were trying to rebuild the 9 heavens of the Taishu Palace with their spiritual power while nervously watching the development of the situation. Seeing that the Dead Sea and the Spirit Sea were merging and the crack was connecting them, they knew that the plan in the vast 1,000 domains was proceeding as scheduled. Lin Daohan's expression did not change, but his eyes flickered slightly. He was not clear about the outcome of the battle between Zhou Yunsong and Chen Xingyu. However, whether it was the people who stayed behind at the Taishu Temple in the Divine Land or Chen Xingyu himself, they were all inferior to the forces of the vast 1,000 domains Xianmen Tianzong and Zhou Yunsong's personal strength. Although the plan was proceeding as scheduled, Lin Daohan had a vague feeling that Chen Xingyu was most likely dead. In the world, the person who understood Chen Xingyu's thoughts the most was probably Lin Daohan. However, even so, his state of mind, which had always been calm and unperturbed, could not help but be slightly shaken at this moment. Lin Daohan shook his head and focused his attention on the scene in front of him. Although the plan in the vast thousand worlds had been successfully carried out as scheduled, it was still far from achieving the goal. Lord Tai closed his eyes and lightly tapped the Haotian mirror with his finger. The unprecedentedly condensed mirror light seemed to play a guiding role, guiding the Spirit Sea world and the Dead Sea world to merge. From the perspective of the Taishu Temple, even if the original plan could not be achieved, they still had to cause the Dead Sea to flow backward into the spiritual sea, thereby interrupting Lin Feng's refinement of the spiritual sea and causing the spiritual sea to shake. At worst, they would all be thrown out again. No matter what, the result wouldn't be any worse than the current situation. According to the current trend, there was a 90% chance that the Spirit Sea would become Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong's possession. Looking at this scene, Sun Huan, Yudu, King Yuan Dragon, and the rest sank into silence. They seemed to have tacitly agreed with Taishu Temple's actions. Only Lin Feng stared at the mirror light of the Haotian mirror. He stared at the actual focal point of the Spirit Sea and the Dead Sea with a burning gaze. An image faintly appeared in Lin Feng's consciousness. Under the guidance of the Haotian mirror's radiance and the bizarre black and white light pillar, it seemed to form a path of light that extended far into the depths of the Dead Sea. This path of light was so mysterious and wonderful. It passed through the Dead Sea, which was insoluble in all things. Although it swayed and was faintly discernible, it never dissipated. Just like that, it continued to extend into the distance. After this path of light appeared, the Spirit Sea was still trembling violently, clashing intensely with the power of the Dead Sea, causing the entire world of the Spirit Sea to be in utter chaos. However, amidst this chaos, there seemed to be a kind of wonderful balance. In the Spirit Sea, streams of light of the great path of light were continuously broken and then regenerated. Light and dark intersected, changing continuously. In the process of the birth and death of the great path of light, it was as if one could see the cycle of birth and death of layers and layers of worlds. However, during this process, the world of the Spirit Sea was still trembling nonstop. The water in the giant golden lake had already become sparse, but at this moment, it was still tumbling nonstop. Golden cracks spread along the lakeside in all directions, causing the world with the giant golden lake as the center to seem as if it was about to completely shatter. At this moment, the Spirit Sea was on the verge of being torn apart again. At this moment, this process also came to a slight stop. It had also fallen into a dangerous and fragile state of balance. At the center of the lake, Xianmen Tianzong and the others who were sitting on the primordial golden lamp could not sit still at this moment. At this moment, the giant whirlpool where the primordial golden lamp was located had already calmed down, and they had returned to the surface of the lake. The golden lake continued to shake, almost causing the people on the primordial golden lamp to lose their footing. At this moment, all three of Lin Feng's doppelgangers had already stood up. His process of refining the Spirit Sea had also temporarily stopped due to the drastic changes in the world at this moment. On the other side, the Haotian mirror was distracted. In the process of competing with the Book of Destruction, it immediately gained the upper hand. The aura of destruction continuously contaminated one mirror after another, and in an instant, it was about to cover the entire void. Faced with the pressure from the Book of Destruction, the Haotian mirror could only defend passively at this moment. The Taishu engraving on the back of Lin Daohan's hand flashed as he conjured a Dharma seal that changed continuously. One after another, streams of spiritual sense and Dharma power were sent into the Haotian mirror. At this moment, the countless Hautian mirrors in the void seemed to have merged into one. At the same time that the condensed light shot towards the Dead Sea, the treasured mirror itself seemed to be enveloped in a misty light, making it hard for people to see clearly. A large amount of aura of destruction stimulated by the Book of Destruction surrounded the Hautian mirror and continuously contaminated the light around the treasured mirror. However, the people of the Taishu Temple seemed to ignore this. The Taishu Nine Heavens imperial court appeared once again, and everyone's Dharma power was gathered there. The Tai One supremacy was even more focused. He closed his eyes and stared at the crack in the Dead Sea in the void. What surprised everyone was that Lin Feng didn't seem to have any intention of stopping the people of the Taishu Temple, who were using the Hautian mirror to connect the Spirit Sea and the Dead Sea. Although the Book of Destruction had gained the upper hand, Lin Feng himself didn't attack. He stared at the crack in the Dead Sea for a while, then suddenly laughed. He turned his head and looked around. His gaze swept across Sun Mirage, Yudu the Yuanlong King, and the King of the Underworld. Stop looking. Clear the area. Clear the area. Sun Mirage, Yudu, and the other strong practitioners felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. Before they could think further, Lin Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of the King of the Underworld. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the King of the Underworld. A black and a white light intertwined at the tip of his finger, displaying the cycle of creation, life, and destruction, and the true meaning of eternity. The mysterious and overbearing eternal light of calamity continuously broke through the barrier of magic power and the restrictions in front of the King of the Underworld. Life and death rotated in the King of the Underworld's eyes. Black and white alternated as he looked at Lin Feng quietly. At that moment, he already had the intention to retreat. The Taishu Temple directed the Dead Sea to pour into the Spirit Sea, harming others without benefiting themselves, while interrupting Lin Feng's refinement of the Spirit Sea. It also destroyed the hope of the others. Of course, this was actually a good thing for the people who were in a disadvantageous situation. Now that things had come to this, the King of the Underworld felt that there was no meaning and gain if he continued to stay. It was time for him to seek retreat. Although there was no gain, Xianmen Tianzong couldn't get the Spirit Sea. Maintaining the status quo was already a great gain. Therefore, when the King of the Underworld faced Lin Feng's eternal light of calamity, he did nothing but defend himself. Lin Feng's eyebrows raised. The expression on his face was like a smile that wasn't a smile. You want to take one of my attacks head on, and then use the death substitution rebirth ritual set up in other places to be reborn, thereby pulling away from me in exchange for a chance to escape. That's a good idea, but you should also know that the death substitution rebirth ritual isn't omnipotent. You're the Emperor of the Underworld, the top expert in this area, but it's useless against me. You're just closing your eyes and waiting for death. As he spoke, the mysterious and overbearing eternal light of calamity at the tip of Lin Feng's finger changed shape. It rapidly collapsed and compressed, then turned into Lin Feng's Dao fruit. That profound point was hard to describe, but it caused everything in the surroundings to gather towards it. It wasn't just the compression of space, and it wasn't the movement of tangible objects. Everything around that point, matter, spiritual qi, space, time, tangible life, intangible spiritual qi, and the thousands of brilliant great Taos between heaven and earth, was drawn toward that point. Seeing this, the King of the Underworld's expression changed slightly. He immediately knew that what Lin Feng said was true. He could clearly feel that if he was hit by Lin Feng's finger, he would really be dead. Even with his understanding of the underworld Tao of life and death, it would be difficult for him to be reborn. This death would be eternal, and he would truly fall. The King of the Underworld let out a long sigh, and the black light around him suddenly brightened. The black light, however, gave off a bright and dazzling feeling. It was filled with absurd yet profound concepts, causing the Emperor of the Underworld's figure to rapidly retreat, no longer daring to take Lin Feng's finger head-on. Without a sound, the black radiance collapsed like a delicate porcelain that had been shattered. The space twisted and shattered, and an ancient scroll appeared within it. Then, from the middle, it was torn apart. It was as if a world of creation had been completely destroyed and collapsed. Everyone at the scene was shocked. A suppressed growl rang out in the void, and a figure of light fled into the distance. After this move, Lin Feng didn't continue. Instead, he smiled and said, "Little Lin, I'll leave it to you." On the primordial golden lamp, Wang Lin's gaze was calm. He nodded and flew out of the protection of the heaven-covering umbrella, chasing in the direction where the king of the underworld had disappeared. At that moment, the others couldn't care about Wang Lin anymore. That was because after Lin Feng heavily injured the king of the underworld with one move, he turned around and flew to the front of Sun Mirage Yudu. With a punch, he forced him back, and with a flash, he appeared in front of the Yuan Dragon King. Terror rose in the Yuan Dragon King's heart, and he saw Lin Feng smiling at him. Do you know what it means to clear the place? It means that there's nothing for you guys to do here anymore. As he said that, Lin Feng's right index and middle fingers formed a sword. Sword light flashed at his fingertips, and he stabbed at the Yuan Dragon King. As the Yuan Dragon King gave a long howl, the treasure light and auspicious clouds around him crumbled. They were sliced apart by Lin Feng's sword, and the sword slashed at his body. The void seemed to tremble, and everyone could clearly see a terrifying sword light piercing through the Yuan Dragon King's body.